Okay, since we're all here and there's a very loud silence in the room, I'm going to take the opportunity to tell you the story of how we all got together to be with you today. Dr. Jaya Singh Ramkumar, who is standing here in orange, Dr. Jaya Singh Ramkumar has been my dear friend since medical school. We are medical school classmates. She moved on to the United States where she became an internist, and you'll hear more about her later. She's been passionate about gardening. Our minister is here. Our minister is here. You're going to have to wait to hear the rest of the story. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our Minister of Health, the Honorable Mr. Michael Joseph, a warm applause for taking his time out of his very busy schedule to be here with us. So without further ado, I'll begin our story very quickly, and then I'll tell you more details as we go along. The American University of Antigua College of Medicine has been working closely with the University of Illinois in our global health track, which is an elective that we've been running for the past 8 years. So for the past 8 years, Dr. Ramkumar and her husband, Dr. Dave Ramkumar, have been coming to Antigua and helping to teach our students about various important things, including the role of the microbiome in health. And of course, the importance of cultural competence and merging the two to improve the lives of people in Antigua and Barbuda. Now, Drs. Ramkumar are very busy in their home states, and you'll hear more about what they do later. But Dr. Jaya Singh Ramkumar in the Illinois University has been working closely with the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom with something called the Bridge Program, which we'll explain more to you about later, where what they've been doing is partnering with other persons or other agencies globally to make sure that they can do more and invest in the health of people globally. Since January, we've been working on this project. Dr. Jaya Singh Ramkumar approached me, and that's when I eventually met Dr. Anyaka from the University of Birmingham. So these two universities have collaborated with the American University of Antigua to bring this to you today, which is food as medicine, soil as health, soil as life, cultivating health from the ground up. Thinking very innovatively about how we can transition the health of our people of Antigua and Barbuda into a positive direction using a very simple tool, food, with some very powerful science behind it. So today we're going to learn far more about the role of the microbiome and what we need to do in order to make this very positive transition, to minimize the impact of the chronic diseases which have been burdening our nation for too many years. Life expectancy has shortened significantly for some of us. Too many of us are dying before the age of 70. And some of that has to do with the way that we've been eating. So I'm so thankful to have all of you here today to work alongside with us to make sure that we can make a very positive difference going forward, because without you, it's not going to happen. You are going to be the cogwheels of change, everyone inside of this room. It is a distinct pleasure, honor, and I'm humbled to have the Minister of Health, the Honorable Mr. Michael Joseph, give us some opening remarks and declare the workshop open. This signifies something quite powerful, and it reflects the commitment that the government of Antigua and Barbuda has towards the health of its people, not just towards ensuring that there's health for us, but also towards ensuring that we use new and innovative and very traditional ways to ensure that we can find ourselves once again and ensure good health. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Michael Joseph, the Honorable Mr. Michael Joseph, Minister of Health. Thank you so much for coming.
Pleasant good morning to everyone. Dr. Leslie Walwyn, thank you very much for the introduction. Esteemed guests that are here, good morning. It is my pleasure to join with you this morning for this important workshop. Food as medicine, soil as health, cultivating health from the ground up. I wish to commend the American University of Antigua College of Medicine in collaboration with the University of Illinois and the University of Birmingham for bringing together such a distinguished group of researchers, practitioners, policymakers, educators, and community partners to examine an issue that lies at the very heart of public health. The title of today's workshop is both powerful and thought-provoking. It reminds us of the truth that modern science continues to reaffirm. Our health begins before we enter a doctor's office or a hospital. It begins with the quality of food we eat, the soil in which it grows, and the water that nourishes it, the environment that sustains it. For centuries, cultures around the world understood that food was our very first medicine. Today, as we face an increasing rate of diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, obesity, and other non-communicable disease, we are to rediscover that the principle of science still stands. Good nutrition does not simply support recovery from illness, it plays a vital role in preventing disease, strengthening immunity, improving mental well-being, and enhancing quality of life. As someone whose professional career began in pharmacy, I have spent much of my life understanding the important role that medicine plays in restoring health. Yet, one of the greatest lessons of the healthcare institution is that prevention is always better than treatment. While medicines are essential, they should never replace the value of quality of living, balanced nutrition, and disease prevention. In many respects, the healthiest prescription we can write as doctors begins with a choice we make every day about the food in which we consume. This is why today's discussion is so relevant. As minister responsible not only for health, wellness, but also for the environment, I have the privilege and indeed a tremendous responsibility of overseeing portfolios that are fundamentally interconnected. We cannot speak about healthy people without speaking about healthy environments. Now, admittedly, I'm not the Minister of Agriculture, but it doesn't take the Minister of Agriculture to know that healthy soils produce nutritious crops. Clean water sustains agriculture. Biodiversity supports resilient food systems. Responsible environment stewardship protects natural resources upon which our health ultimately depends. When we care about our environment, we are investing in the health of our current and our future generations. This integrated approach has never been more important. Climate change, changing weather patterns, food insecurity, and the growing burden of chronic diseases remind us that health extends far beyond the walls of hospitals or clinics. It is influenced by every sector: agriculture, education, environmental management, urban planning, and community development. That is why partnerships such as the one represented here today are so valuable. By bringing together leaders of academic institutions, healthcare professionals, environmental experts, agricultural stakeholders, and government agencies, we strengthen our collective ability to develop practical, evidence-based solutions that improve lives. The government of Antigua and Barbuda remains committed to advancing preventative healthcare, promoting healthier lifestyles, supporting sustainable environmental practices, and creating the conditions that enable every citizen to live healthier and longer lives. I encourage each of you to participate actively in today's discussions, share your expertise, challenge conventional thinking, and explore innovative approaches that can help us transform the way in which we think about health, from treating illness to cultivating wellness. Together, let us recognize that the path to a healthier nation is not found solely in our healthcare facilities, but also in our farms, in our backyard gardens, our schools, our communities, and the environment that surrounds and sustains us. It is now my distinct pleasure to officially declare this workshop, Food as Medicine, Soil as Health, Cultivating Health from the Ground Up, officially open. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and inspiring day.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Minister. So without further ado, we're going to invite Dr. Jaya Singh Rankumar, who is the organizer of this entire event. This is her brainchild, and she's brought it through to full fruition with fire and energy. Dr. Ramkumar is a board-certified internist practicing at the College of Health and has 2 decades of experience focusing on cross-cultural education. Recently, she has concentrated on climate, biodiversity, and pollution crises, focusing on human and planetary health impacts and innovative solutions, such as this today, through a One Health lens. Integrating concepts of food as medicine, she explores the interconnected roles of microbiomes in human health, soil health, regenerative agricultural practices, food and nutrition in chronic disease prevention. She advances a multidisciplinary approach through active collaboration with the College of Agriculture and Consumer Sciences and through work with the Coalition of Regenerative Agriculture, Food and Health, working to promote sustainable agricultural practices that support the health of both people and the planet. She develops medical school curricula, educating the medical community locally, nationally, and internationally, collaborating across disciplines in research and community engagement projects. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jaya Singh Ramkumar to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And I just want to say that our Honorable Minister provided a wonderful synopsis of our workshop. I mean, he articulated the essence of what we want to accomplish with this entire workshop. So thank you so much for that. So what I want to do today is start us off by talking about the farm, food, and health through the microbiomes, by framing the problems, because we need to understand the problems before we can explore solutions. So let's talk about the problems. So this slide, we know that our current dietary habits are, I'm sorry, wait a minute, I'm messed up, I'm so sorry. So this slide illustrates the major thrust of this workshop, which is the interconnected relationship between farm, food, and health, with the through thread being the microbiomes. So that's what we're going to be learning about today, that through thread of the microbiomes, because the concept of farm, food, and health is not unique. I think we all get that. But what we're bringing, which we think is fairly novel and innovative, is the through thread of the understanding the role of the microbiomes that connects this. So we're going to be highlighting how soil and human microbiomes interact to influence planetary health, regenerative agriculture, healthy food systems, and personal health. And the central concept is that microbiomes play a crucial role in linking food production and consumption practices with human health outcomes. And we have a lot of problems that we are facing that are negatively impacting all these systems, and I'm going to be highlighting them now. So we know that our current dietary habits are unhealthy and sustainable. That's not a shocker. Globally, diets now are high in processed, calorie-dense, nutrient-poor food. These foods are created to be super palatable so that you eat a lot of it. And they do this by loading them with sugars, salt, and unhealthy fats. Layer that with the fact that most people are just not eating enough of fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and healthy fats. And this is all part of a global shift from traditional dietary patterns to this way of eating the convenient, processed, and ultra-processed foods that now dominate. This is not a mystery or a surprise to anyone now. But with this shift, we are seeing a huge global health burden in chronic diseases and death, which also comes with huge economic costs. And on top of that, the current food systems come at enormous cost to the health of the planet. So why should we care about what we eat? So what do these findings mean for us? You're going to be learning about how and why unhealthy diets, which are rich in processed foods, red meat, high-fat dairy, and sugars, lead to chronic diseases by disrupting the gut microbiome, something that I think most people are now familiar with. Conversely, why healthy diets with more plant-based whole foods can restore gut microbiome balance, thus reducing chronic diseases and improving overall health and well-being. Next, we know that another problem is the unsustainability of our current industrial agricultural system, which involves practices such as monocropping, which if you're not familiar with it, my home state of Illinois is a farming state. And anywhere you turn and drive, near where I live in the state of Illinois, you will see hundreds and thousands of acres of one crop, corn or soybean. And if we're doing rotation, it's 1 year corn, 1 year soybean. There's a lot of excessive tillage with giant machinery, the use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides, and in the animal livestock production, the reliance on hormones and antibiotics. And the use of these practices has corresponded with an explosion of human health problems, degradation of the soil microbiome, biodiversity loss, deforestation, pollution of water and air, and is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, which further drives climate change. And it also contributes to economic and social injustice. The other thing is that the industrial food production system drives an unsustainable food supply chain. We have a global food system that is driven by the production of a few cheap cash crops, which are mainly corn, soybean, wheat, and rice, which is grown at scale and which is then used to make many of the ultra-processed foods that we're inundated with and which are marketed aggressively. And by the way, it also goes to the production of a lot of feed, animal feed, which then feeds a whole nother sector of that industry. And the prevalence of these nutrient-poor, calorie-dense foods then leads to health issues, no surprise. And on the flip side, not a good flip side, food security persists because nutritious foods tend to be less accessible and affordable. And then on top of that, we have all this wastage. On average, 30 to 40% of food produced is wasted. So that's a pretty sobering statistic. Another huge problem that we have is the siloing of food systems at each stage. So as you can see here, you have all of these stages, right? And it's a linear sort of extractive system from the production to the waste. And in its current state, it's very extractive and destructive. And within each of these stages, people are aware of the problem, and there are a lot of good people working on solutions. And that is why it's so important to bridge these silos. And that's what we're trying to do here, and work in a transdisciplinary way to close the loop and create a biocircular food system, one that integrates across all stages of the food system and that minimizes some of these practices that are harmful, and therefore we can enhance sustainability and health outcomes. And so what we have today here is, with this workshop, is that we're bringing this transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary approach to sustainable food systems. I am so sorry, I just messed up with this. To sustainable food systems. And it involves the collaboration between many stakeholders shown here and who are present here, who are going to be presenting to you. And we have experts such as microbial and agricultural experts, health experts such as myself, Dr. Belzar, food system specialists, and policy and advocacy experts. And we want also that in the audience. So we're super excited that we're having this representation of stakeholders here today. And so the goal today is to improve food quality and safety, which leads to healthier people and communities with better access to nutritious foods and improved diets. So today, I want to close by saying I want to challenge us to imagine a different food systems. Many things are limited by our imagination, right? We can think bigger, dream bigger. And we can re-envision a biocircular food system which embraces other means of food production, including harnessing the power of microbiomes, interrupting food waste streams, and repurposing and reimagining food supply chains to provide consumers with healthy, nutritious, delicious, microbiome-friendly meals. And we hope during this workshop you'll learn more about the microbiomes, and you'll be inspired to reimagine what is possible and contribute to creating a food system that nourishes both human and planetary health. So, oh dear. So thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn it over to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jayasingh Ramkumar. I want to take a moment to just make us feel free that we can go over and enjoy some water, some coffee and tea. Walking is another form of ensuring that we maintain good health, okay? The other thing that I want to mention is that we have Dr. Taran Garcia, who is also here from the University of Illinois, who has a very important instrument called a Vegemeter. Now that Vegemeter, which we're going to invite you one by one during the session just to explore, can actually tell you what percentage of vegetables that you're consuming on average. So it is a way of measuring, in the same way that we can measure what our blood sugar is, in the same way that we can measure over time how our blood sugar is being controlled using the A1C, measure our blood pressure, we can also measure how much vegetables we're consuming. All right, so it's a very sophisticated piece of equipment that she took the time to bring in from her institution, from the University of Illinois. So I'm inviting us one by one to walk over and see how we're doing. And there's a prize for the person who has the highest number of representing the best vegetable consumption. I also want to take this opportunity to specially thank the officials from the Ministry of Health, of course led by our Minister of Health, Mr. Michael Joseph, other permanent secretaries who are going to be here from the Minister of Health, other senior medical officers who I'm recognizing from the Ministry of Health. I know that we have representation as well from the Ministry of Agriculture. Without farmers, we would not be here today. Okay, along with the Ministry of Agriculture, we also have representation from the Ministry of Trade. Another important thing, 90% of the food that we consume is imported. I also want to recognize other partners in health. The medical benefits scheme is very well represented today, kind of my past alma mater. It's MBS for a place of learning, okay? And I'd also like to recognize the presence of the Celesta Bird Medical Center and the St. John's Hospice. The hospice as well is very well represented. The Diabetes Association is represented, and persons living with chronic diseases are represented. Thank you all for being here and for staying with us today. Please also take the time to make sure that you do your pre and post surveys. Your pre-survey needs to be done now. Your post-survey will be submitted later. I'd now like to take the time to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Jason Belizaire. Dr. Jason Belizaire is a board-certified internist dedicated to improving the health and well-being of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Trained at the University of Toronto and St. George's University and Stetson Hall University, he returned home in 1998, I remember it well, to serve as a consultant physician and later led the Department of Medicine at the Sir Lester Bird Medical Center until 2023. Alongside his private practice, he serves as the managing director of the Woods Urgent Care, Woods Radiology, and Bell Lab Services, expanding access to essential services. He is certified as an aviation medical examiner, reflecting his lifelong commitment to patient care, community health, and public health advancement. Dr. Belizaire, please come, and everyone, please welcome him.
Thank you, Les. Good morning.
You can advance your slides if you want.
Okay. Okay. Welcome, Minister, distinguished guests, professors. Thank you, AUA, as well as Dr. Walwyn and Dr. Ramkumar. Good morning. So I've been asked to keep my little chat to 6 minutes, and I'm going to do my best to do that. So let's talk a bit about the global and Caribbean burden of non-communicable diseases. About 75% of the deaths globally are from non-communicable diseases, 80% of the deaths in the Caribbean from non-communicable diseases. The top causes: cardiovascular disease, cancer, chronic respiratory disease, diabetes, and chronic kidney disease. But it also includes other diseases, autoimmune diseases, liver disease, mental disease, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. All of these fall under the heading of non-communicable diseases. Life expectancy is shortened worldwide due to non-communicable diseases. And the Caribbean has one of the highest rates of non-communicable disease-related premature deaths, which are deaths between the ages of 30 to 70 in the world. For Antigua and Barbuda, we have a population, by the latest data, suggesting that 63% of our population are overweight or obese. 38% of our children are overweight or obese. 43% of our adults have hypertension. Anywhere between 11 and 13% of our adults are diabetic. And 85% of our deaths are due to non-communicable diseases. The leading cancers are prostate, breast, colorectal, and lung. Interestingly enough, all of these diseases are diseases that are mostly preventable if we could get our population to do their screening tests. For prostate, they are PSA. Breast, they are mammograms. Colorectal, they are colonoscopies or other stool testing. And lung, particularly in our smokers, with CT scans of the lung, low-dose CT scans of the lung, which is not something that is really being done or practiced here. So, what are the modifiable risk factors for non-communicable diseases? There's some things that we just can't change. Those are non-modifiable. But the modifiable things are the things that we can change or make an effort to. Our diet, first. Too high in sugar, too high in fat, too high in processed meats. They say that amongst our children, they drink 1.5 sugary drinks per day. We've got to reduce that. only 30% of our children get the correct amount of fruits, and only 25% of our children the correct amount of vegetables. And these numbers are probably similar in our adults as well. Too much alcohol, too much salt, physical inactivity. Only 37% of our adults don't get enough activity. You know, what are ways that we can improve that? You know, and we live in an island that has beautiful weather year-round, beautiful beaches, and yet too much of us don't get enough exercise. Tobacco use, and one of the up-and-coming ones is vaping, and the damage that that's going to do. We enjoy too much saltfish, fried foods, sweet drinks, and rum. Starting in the 1980s, there seemed to be a worsening of our diet and nutrition. We started eating more energy-dense processed food, which led to an increased prevalence in overweight and obesity, and then an increase in our non-communicable diseases and poor overall health. Interestingly enough, our life expectancy increased due to improved medical care, but our disease burden certainly increased as well. So what can we do? Replace the soda with water, choose whole grains, more oats, more grains that are not processed, brown rice instead of white. Grill our foods instead of fry, and by grilled I don't mean putting them on a barbecue, because those come with its own inherent problems. Eating more beans and fish. And the main thing that I try to preach to my patients, really to just keep it simple, is make half your plate fruits and vegetables. You know, we West Indians, we're taught from birth that unless half our plate isn't some sort of starch, rice, potatoes, macaroni, cheese, bread, you know, it's not a fulfilling plate of food. Then we have most of the rest of it is some sort of meat, and then we have a little wedge of vegetables. We gotta make half the plate vegetables. Make that little wedge where the starch and the carbohydrates go. And then the meat, make sure they're lean, healthy cuts, if anything. Chicken without the skin, beef, pork, lamb without the fat, lean cuts of meat. The biggest change, as well as exercise. We need at least 30 minutes of exercise each day. Most of us, myself included, don't seem to make that, but it's a work in progress. So my take-home message: non-communicable diseases, largely preventable. Mindful dietary choices can reduce our hypertension, diabetes, heart disease, as well as cancer. Our future is on our plate. The other thing that I want to say from a person who deals with patients every day is, the media would have us believe that all of these diseases are lifestyle diseases. That you have high blood pressure because you don't do what you're supposed to do. You're diabetic because you don't do what you're supposed to do. Your cholesterol is high because you don't do what you're supposed to do. And whereas that is true, I think, for the majority of patients, it's not true for all of the patients. There's a genetic component to a lot of these diseases as well. And so we've got to try and reduce some of that stigma while encouraging people to do the right thing. It's not only about food and exercise. Sometimes it's also about genetics. And the media would have you believe that, oh, you don't need medicine. All you got to do is do what you're supposed to do. And that's not always necessarily so. There is a role for medicine for those people who have genetic conditions, as much as there is a huge part in looking after your diet and getting enough exercise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Belazaire. Now, I want us to take a quick moment to recognize most of us, if not all of us, should have gotten a little business card. And this is a business of food, the business of food and how it links to health. So if you take the time to click on the QR code, it takes you to a link of an excellent shopping list created by Antiguans and Barbudans for Antiguans and Barbudans. And I'd like to thank the Ministry of Health, particularly Mrs. Susan Gardner, for working so passionately in ensuring that she created this shopping list for us all. So we can learn how, even if we don't learn the science behind it, we learn the simple tools as to foods we should be eating that are going to nourish our microbiome. The other thing that we have on that link is a menu list. So we have our own he's a doctor of food. We have Chef Omar Nicholas. Mr. Omar Nicholas, do you mind standing, please? Chef Omar Nicholas, who is a chef at Wetherills, has graciously provided all of us with this menu list that he has here, some of the foods that you'd have to pay quite a bit for, or maybe not that much, at Wetherills restaurant, okay? So we really want to thank both Chef as well as Mrs. Gardner for taking the time to make sure that we have something very local. On your right, you'll also see 3 QR codes. The work that's being done here today has been shared between us in Antigua and Barbuda. We're the 3rd partner that the Bridge program has embraced, and we're so thankful for it, between the University of Illinois and the University of Birmingham in the UK. They also did some work in Champaign, Illinois in the United States, and so there's a US code as well, where the same thing was created. And of course, because Dr. Onyeka's home country is Nigeria, the Bridge program also worked in Nigeria. So for those of us who want to go back to our roots, we actually also wanted to share the Nigerian shopping list and the Nigerian recipes with you. Okay, so please make sure that you take a look, download these recipes and these shopping lists, and go forward and have fun. It is with great pleasure that I'd like to introduce Dr. I'm going to get one second. I don't want to trust ringing it. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Devendra Ramkumar, who's our next presenter. Dr. Ramkumar is a board-certified internist and gastroenterologist and hepatologist. In other words, he specializes in the gut as well as subspecializes even further in the liver, and is one of the very few specialists of this kind in the United States. He practices at Christie Clinic, the clinical associate professor at the medical school in Illinois for the past 5 years, and his main interest has been the human microbiome, and specifically the gut microbiome and its role in non-communicable diseases, and the role that food plays in this regard. He is part of the transdisciplinary collaboration in research evaluating the relationship of food quality on the microbiome in health and disease states. One other thing that is not on here that I'd like to also say is that Dr. Ramkumar is licensed to practice in Antigua and Barbuda and has been giving back to the Caribbean from his home country in Guyana. He's chosen Antigua and Barbuda to give back his services, and he works closely with Dr. Belazaire, providing screening for colon cancer. Please welcome Dr. Devendra Ramkumar.
Thank you, Dr. Wallen. Good morning, everyone. Minister, all the important people in the room, good morning, and thank you for being here. Dr. Wallen, thank you for, and my better half, thank you for organizing this. We'll talk a little bit about the gut microbiome in health and disease. By way of some objectives, we'll look at what the microbiome is and its importance from an evolutionary standpoint. We'll look at factors that affect how the microbiome develops from birth onwards. And we'll try and understand the relationship between the microbiome in human health and in some disease states, and the influence of diet on that process. So This is a very topical issue, as you're probably well aware. There's lots of information on all sorts of media, including social media and conventional media, as well as in the medical literature. And the main reason for this is that technology has gotten to the point where we can look at our microbiomes in a more systematic way, and we can get a better idea of what it is that it's doing. And this research has been going on in the last 15 to 20 years. It's grown exponentially, and a lot of findings leak out into these media sources. So I know from my perspective, I get asked lots of questions on the microbiome, even though this is not a topic that's generally taught in medical school. So so there are two terms. There's the gut microbiota and there's gut microbiome. And I'm gonna talk mainly about the gut today. That's my specialty. But two terms, human microbiota and microbiome. They technically they mean different things, but they're often used interchangeably. The human microbiota, strictly speaking, refers to the community of microorganisms that reside in or on the human body on any surface that's exposed to the outside. So in the case of humans, the gut is our biggest repository of microbes. It weighs about 4 pounds, which incidentally is about the weight of the human brain. So if you took all the organisms and put them on a scale, that's where you'll come out. Then, of course, these other surfaces, microbes reside on. Like I said, with any opening to the outside, microorganisms will colonize, and they do seem to provide useful functions. Air digestive tract, the conjunctiva, skin, lungs, etc. So what makes up the microbiome? The organisms are primarily bacteria and archaea, which are sort of relative to bacteria, fungi, some single-celled organisms called protozoa, and viruses. In terms of composition by volume, most of the microbiome is comprised of bacteria. 60 to 70% of them are known to be beneficial. There are a few that would do us harm under the right circumstances, and then lesser amounts of fungi, viruses. Viruses are actually probably, they outnumber bacteria, but are smaller in volume. And then there are a few other organisms, but primarily bacteria. Microbiome. So the term, strictly speaking, if you look at research, it came about primarily in European literature with reference to the genome. Pointer doesn't work. Primarily to the genome of the microbes that live within us. But more commonly, the term biome refers to a particular environment, and so microbiome refers to the community of microorganisms that reside in a particular area. So gut microbiome would be the biome of the gut. But like I said, the terms are used interchangeably. The graphic on the left is a little bit sensationalized, and those numbers are probably not true. We aren't outnumbered 10 to 1. It probably is more in the range of 2 to 4 to 1, but we are outnumbered by microbes. Regardless, what is even more impressive, the decoded human genome has about 20 to 25,000 genes. The collective microbiome in a healthy human has between 2 and 20 million unique genes. So just consider the metabolic potential of what those genes can accomplish. Now, this is an important slide to sort of frame the issues that we're presenting to you today. From an evolutionary standpoint, based on our best carbon dating, the Earth was formed probably about 4 billion years ago. Around 3 billion years ago, the first life forms that resemble bacteria, they're called prokaryotes, came about. And then subsequently, specialized single-cell organisms that could utilize light to convert carbon dioxide and water to carbohydrate and oxygen, photosynthesis developed. So cells capable of doing photosynthesis, that allowed the atmosphere to fill up with oxygen, and that in turn allowed the evolution of more complex organisms. If you look closely at all of these higher forms of life, there is always an association with microbes. So we all sort of evolved in the presence of these microbes, and we've all developed and maintained symbiotic relationships with them. So if you look at plants, if you look at insects, if you look at any complex life form, there is a microbiome associated with them. And the main repository remains the soil. So when we're born, our microbiome is a blank slate. And then there are various factors that affect how it develops from that point onwards. So mode of delivery plays a role, cesarean section versus a normal delivery. And then shortly thereafter, there are factors such as diet, so how early solid food is introduced, whether baby is formula fed or breastfed, how often and early certain drugs are used, and in particular antibiotics. Host genetics play a role. There are environmental factors, so where you live, rural versus urban. If you live in a home with extended family, if you have pets, if you live on a farm and you're exposed to farm animals, all of these things can influence how your microbiome develops. The first 4 years of life are thought to be very important in that you educate your immune system in that phase, and it's becoming obvious that if that first 4 years are not if the relationships between the microbiome and your immune and endocrine system don't develop in a healthy manner, you can set yourself up for diseases later on in life. So what are the functions of the gut microbiome? Well, we know it helps to digest certain foods and drugs, so plant fiber in particular. It can inactivate drugs, or it can make drugs active. It can protect against certain bacteria that may do us harm. We know, as we discussed, it educates and regulates the immune system. And we know it synthesizes various bioactive molecules, including things like serotonin, vitamins like vitamin B12, folate, vitamin K. And these are things that the microbiome produces that we harvest from our gut for our uses. So, we've come to the point where we appreciate that our microbiome is not just something that's there doing nothing. There's a symbiotic relationship between the human host and the microbiome. So how is it then that disruptions in the microbiome can result in disease? So understanding this concept of dysbiosis is important. So what that refers to is an imbalance in either the composition or function of the gut microbiome that leads to a disruption in that symbiotic relationship. And what causes that dysbiosis? We know diet, for sure, is a major one. Use of certain medications, including antibiotics. alcohol and smoking play a role, chronic stress, infections, and certain underlying diseases such as inflammatory bowel disease and metabolic dysfunction can play a role in driving dysbiosis. So far we know that dysbiosis plays a role in a lot of different diseases in a lot of different systems. And so that's kind of sort of a laundry list. We're not going to look at all of those, but I'm going to point you to a few states that kind of highlight how dysbiosis can lead to disease. So metabolic disease, this was a neat study that was published in the journal Science in 2013, and illustrates the importance of the microbiome in metabolism, and in particular the genesis of obesity. So they took identical twins, so these are genetically identical individuals, one obese, one lean. You can take stool from these individuals and transplant them into mice. And that's what they did. They transplanted stool into lean mice and then fed them the exact same diet. And you can see that stool transplanted from the obese twin led to obesity in the mice. And from the lean twin, the mice remained lean. They also went a little bit further and took stool from the obese mice and transplanted it into the lean mice, and that made the lean mice obese. So what that is telling us is that obesity is not solely determined by genetics or diet, and that the gut microbiome, which is eminently modifiable, does influence the genesis of obesity. And it also opens the door to us considering microbiome-based therapies to address metabolic disease. So there's this thing called metabolic syndrome, and you can see at the bulleted points on the lower left here gives you the criteria for making this diagnosis. So insulin resistance, visceral obesity, hypertension, high cholesterol, high triglycerides and low good cholesterol, HDL cholesterol. And you need at least 3 of these things to be considered to have metabolic syndrome. So we now know that the dysbiosis that results in metabolic syndrome starts with diet. Diets high in fat, low in fiber, leads to increased intestinal permeability. So what that means is the gut, which is generally a good barrier preventing things that really shouldn't get into our body, getting into the body because the gut is by and large more leaky. And these things that get in, which are generally products of bacteria or actual components of bacteria, get into our circulation and cause inflammation in the liver and in our fatty tissue, and then leads to these manifestations of metabolic syndrome. If we look at liver disease, the 2 commonest liver diseases that I deal with, and that anyone that deals with liver disease deals with, are alcoholic liver disease and fatty liver disease. The fancy name is metabolic dysfunction associated fatty liver disease. These diseases are actually almost you can't distinguish between them if you're looking at a sample of the liver under the microscope, which would suggest that, there is some commonality in how it is that we get these diseases. And so it turns out that alcohol actually, because of its chemical properties, affects the permeability of the gut and allows this leaky gut to occur and allows these bacterial products and components to get into our circulation. And much like with metabolic syndrome, you get inflammation in the liver that ultimately can progress to cirrhosis. In fatty liver disease, the issue really is our diet that leads to the leaky gut. The microbiome gut-brain axis is a term that's used to refer to this bidirectional communication between your brain and central nervous system and the microbiome. So the brain, by affecting motility and what's secreted in the gut, can affect the microbiome, and the microbiome in turn, by producing all these different chemicals that get into our circulation, can affect brain function. And so we know that dysbiosis is related to a host of psychiatric and neurologic conditions, including things like depression, anxiety, autism spectrum disorder, Parkinson's disease, and Alzheimer's disease, amongst other things. Something has popped up here. Oh, I got it.
It's working.
I think I got it, yeah. Yeah, I got it.
Just use this. I found it. Can you see where you are now?
Sorry. Microbiome and allergies. So, you know, I alluded to this a little bit when we talked about the development of the microbiome. Tendency to allergies probably starts very early in life, depending on how your microbiome develops alongside your immune system. But we know in allergies there is imbalance of gut bacteria and in general a reduced microbial diversity. Not as many species of bacteria in your microbiome. And that seems to lead to an inflammatory response and immune dysregulation. So you get, again, this kind of leaky gut that allows these molecules that your immune system doesn't normally see leaking into your bloodstream and stimulating your immune system. And you can develop things like food allergies, allergic rhinitis, eczema, and asthma. So if the microbiome is important, if the microbiome is important in the genesis of these diseases, then we should think of ways that we can manipulate the microbiome to try and correct the dysbiosis and therefore lead to improvement in disease states, or manipulating the microbiome to sort of prevent these diseases. So these are different ways that you can manipulate the microbiome. And diet is by and far the most important of these. And I'm not going to delve too much into that. We have our erstwhile dietitians that will talk more about that. But diet, probiotics, prebiotics, postbiotics, they will define those things. Antibiotics, we don't really use a whole lot to try and manipulate the microbiome, but it is a modality that we can use. And then we can transfer microbiomes wholesale from one person to another, and that's referred to as fecal microbiota transplant. I'm not going to talk too much about that. There are combined probiotics and prebiotics, which are called synbiotics. I'll briefly touch on diet. There's been lots of studies that have looked at the effect of diet on your microbiome and distilled down agrarian diets, which are high in fiber and low in fat, low in animal protein. Certain bacteria predominate. They lead to increased production of things that are beneficial for us, so things that are antioxidants, things that are anti-atherogenic or reduce likelihood of us developing strokes or heart attacks, and things that are cancer protective. Whereas in the Western style diet, which is low in fiber, high in fat, and high in animal-based protein, different bacteria tend to predominate, and their metabolic products are different and can be oxidative stress inducing, leading to things like coronary artery disease and strokes, and are also pro-cancer promoting. I'm only going to touch a little bit on processed foods. There is a system that we use to classify degree of processing. It's called the NOVA system. It's not a perfect system, but I just want to bring your attention to number 4 on this list here, which are the ultra-processed foods, which are industrial formulations with additives, flavor enhancers, emulsifiers, and preservatives. And those are some familiar examples there. But we know that diet that's high in processed foods reduces good bacteria. It lowers microbial diversity and increases your risk of systemic inflammation, and that in turn leads to all these disease states that we talked about. So to summarize sort of the effect of microbiome and diet, and again, our dietitians will get more into this, but diet is the strongest modifiable factor shaping the gut microbiome. We know certain nutrients drive different microbial outcomes. Plant fiber and prebiotics support good bacteria and improve the gut barrier health, prevents this sort of leaky gut. Plant proteins are more favorable for microbial activity. Animal proteins and saturated fats promote pro-inflammatory metabolites, which can cause these diseases, like we discussed. And then there are plant phytochemicals, and phytosterols, which we're learning more and more about now, that actually help to reduce inflammation and support beneficial microbes. We've learned that dysbiosis from a poor diet can lead to these diseases, and a well-balanced, plant-rich dietary pattern supports a more diverse microbiome with healthier overall metabolism and reduced inflammation and better long-term health. And this is just a summary of what we discussed here. The gut microbiome is a complex community of numerous organisms that are essential for our digestion, metabolism, immunity, gut barrier integrity. Diet, medicines, lifestyle, host factors strongly shape how the microbiome develops and functions. Dysbiosis, which is an imbalance in the gut microbiome, can lead to disease, and there are beneficial strategies to support a healthy microbiome that we talked about, but the main one being diet, and restoring or maintaining bacterial diversity is key to long-term gut and overall health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Devendra Ramkumar. So we've been talking quite a bit, and at this point, we'd like to open the floor for some questions. Are there any questions or comments or concerns that you'd like to share? Anything that you found surprising, interesting, distressing? I heard some mumbling and grumbling in the audience when we shared through Dr. Belazaire the non-communicable disease statistics for Antigua and Barbuda, that we are living with quite a large burden of this disease. So at this point, we welcome any questions. There are microphones at the front. Don't be shy. We are all a family here today. And I'm sure there must be thoughts or concerns. Remember, we cannot move forward without all stakeholders being involved, which is why we've brought all stakeholders today.
Good morning to everybody. So, thank you to all the presenters. I think the presentation by Dr. Ramkumar highlights the challenges that we have in the Caribbean region in terms of, getting people to, consume a healthy diet. But what prompted me to get up was to just remind everybody in the auditorium. So I basically have a comment that when we talk about placing a tax on sweetened beverages and so on, the list that Dr. Ramkumar showed is really critical in the context of how much inflammation these products cause in the lining of the blood vessels. And it is that inflammation that is really the precursor to a whole sequelae of complications So I thought that, we should remind everybody, it's the sodas, it's, I don't want to say it, so don't shoot the messenger, the KFCs, right? So I think the challenge long term is how do we make healthy food less costly? And in this current environment where Antigua imports so much, I think that, there are multiple challenges, and Minister Joseph is in the auditorium. If we're going to really decrease the burden of non-communicable diseases, this is a great place to start. Let us understand that the diet and what people consume can help. It's not the ultimate panacea, but it's a major contributor to how we can address these conditions going forward. And I look forward maybe to the Ministry of Health and Medical Benefits and all the stakeholders maybe making the messaging easier for people to understand. This is a great forum, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mansour. Dr. Walters Thomas.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joycelyn Walter Thomas. I'm a consultant pediatrician, and I work with the Ministry of Health. Thank you so much, Dr. Walwyn, for inviting me and the rest of us to this very important presentation, and Drs. Rankumar and Dr. Belazier and the other speakers for giving us this important information. For me, this is a really big eye-opener. I consider myself to be a learned person, a cultured person, but this is an area that is rich for tapping. As a pediatrician, I know that the health of a child begins before that child is born, so antenatal care, even before that child comes to clinic. And what's highlighted today is that in those first 4 years, when they're forming the important gut microbiome that can influence a series of life events, whether it's disease formation or disease prevention, including not just obesity, but for me, what jumped out were mental health issues, neurodevelopmental problems, which we're seeing a lot more today. So I'd like for us all, me as a physician, as a person in community, as a parent, this should be a cultural shift for all of us when we're thinking about disease. This is one of the most important pillars that I can see in prevention and not just treatment. So thank you so much. This is a lot more work that needs to be done, but my interest is piqued.
Thank you so much, Dr. Walter Thomas. We invite any other participants to share your perspectives, ask any questions of our experts at the table, and remember, you are the experts for Antigua and Barbuda for what's happening on the ground. So we really value any input that you'd like to share with us. And I know that as people, we're a little bit shy, culturally speaking. That's how we are. So no pressure, but I hope we're going to warm up seeing us as family. I want to take the opportunity to recognize my brothers and sisters here at the American University of Antigua who have taken time from their busy schedules. So there are many members of faculty and a few students who are actually here as well today. And also, I'd like him to stand, our Dean of Preclinical Sciences, Dr. Ricardo Hood, who has made Antigua and Barbuda his home for a few years at least, and has ensured that we have had every possible avenue open to have today's event happen. I am going to invite us to do two things. So Dr. Margarita Turan Garcia is running the Veggie Meter. She is faculty at the University of Illinois. The Veggie Meter is a quick, non-invasive tool, so no pricks, okay, like the blood sugar, that measures the skin carotenoid levels, so those beautiful chemicals, biochemicals that are in vegetables that give them their brilliant color. She's actually measuring that, measuring the levels of that to provide an objective indicator of fruit and vegetable intake. Please stop by. You can see that our Minister of Health is actually having his done. And remember, the highest number receives a prize, okay? So please get your measurement done. Dr. Margarita Tavares Garcia is an MD, PhD, and a physician scientist and director of the Applied Health Professions at the University of Illinois Extension, with faculty roles at the Carl Illinois College of Medicine and ACES. Her work integrates clinical nutrition, nutrigenetics, and community engagement to address obesity, diabetes, chronic disease, particularly in underserved populations. So I encourage Dr. Walter Thomas to take a few minutes to speak with her, and Dr. Bell Jarvis as well to take a few minutes to speak to her, and any other pediatricians that might be here, or nurses that work in pediatrics to join her and speak with her. She's running some powerful clinics that we can probably partner with going forward. She also works with the elderly, so I'm looking at other partners that work closely with the elderly, and I'd invite you to have some conversations with her, because going forward, we're looking to do some work in those communities. She has with her over 20 years of research and over 100 publications, and she leads initiatives such as HEALER, which is for the Spanish-speaking community, and PATH, to improve the health outcomes and advance sustainable strategies that improve health for diverse populations within the United States, and is supported by the USDA and the National Institutes of Health funding. And like I said, she's looking for partnership with us here in Antigua and Barbuda to see how she can assist us in improving health in these particular communities: families living with chronic diseases, children living with chronic diseases, and the elderly. For those of us who do not wish to have the veggie meter just yet, because the line is now there, but I want us all to do it, please avail yourselves to the refreshments that we have. I'm asking our AUA team that is in charge of ensuring that refreshments can be served to come here and to the serving station over on your right to make sure that you can engage yourself in some refreshments. Thank you all so much for your attention so far. We're going to reconvene at 25 minutes to 11. Thank you all very much. Will our AUA representative student, Tarian, please come? Our AUA student, are you here? Please come over to me to the left. Dr. Ward, do you mind coming? And the AUA medical student who's joining us today, can you come?
Yeah, we're going to adopt it in the middle of next.
Okay, we're going to have to do it. Just letting everyone know, we'll be starting in 5 minutes.
So consider
I'm
that.
going to put this at your station. So just before starting again, we actually have one brave member of the audience, one participant who would like to ask a question.
Okay, first, my name is Dawn McLean Burton, and I'm a nurse midwife at the Sir Leicester Burt Medical Center. And I am totally in agreement with Dr. Walters when she was speaking about nutrition. Good nutrition or proper nutrition begins at conception, basically. And I'm also in agreement with Dr. Mansour when he spoke about regulation. So my question was, just as how they would have banned the single-use plastics, right? So we don't have that battle to deal with. Why can't we just ban the products that are causing the bad health? I know it's a little hard pill to swallow with the, we call it the merchandisers. So what my question is to those persons who regulate, why can't they ban some of these sodas, as they say that those are being imported, the ultra-processed food and so forth? My question is, why can't we do that? How can we get it done? And if it's really practical.
All right, thank you so much for your question. So while we're beginning to answer, I'm going to ask everyone to please come back and settle down. The question really is, and this is a nurse who works with the pediatric community, if I understand correctly, right? And the question is, since all of these processed foods are such a tremendous cause of our disease burden, why don't we simply ban them from Antigua and Barbuda's shores? And she recognizes the role that the merchandise personnel will have, people who have thriving businesses on us, but we also play a role of that is because we consume quite a bit of the food. So there are a couple of things I'd like to just mention first, and if there is any, and I see Mr. Colin O'Keefe, he's just stood up from the Ministry of Trade, our permanent secretary in the Ministry of Trade, who might actually be able to address some of that question as to why we cannot simply ban some of the food. One thing I do know is that healthy food does come at a cost, and it is not available or affordable to all persons. Unfortunately, highly processed food is sometimes quite inexpensive, and when we're living on a very tight budget, that is what we can afford. Unfortunately, it's full of fat, full of salt, and full of sugar, and it leads to weight gain, the chronic diseases we mentioned, because they're calorie dense and nutrient poor. So that is one challenge that we have, is ensuring that if we were to ban it, how can we ensure food security for all of us in the country? That's one significant challenge that we have. The second challenge is, when I've spoken about this in the past, we've had backlash. How dare you determine what I can and cannot eat? A lot of what we do eat, for those of us who have larger pockets, depends on whether or not we choose these foods. So even people who have a higher income, they still select the highly processed foods because of the convenience, because of the taste. So it's more than just, there's the desire and the demand. You know, the oily content in it makes the food very delicious and a preferred food, unfortunately, than to vegetables. And the third component, of course, is taste. However, there is the World Trade Organization and free trade that exists, where one country simply cannot ban. It's far more complicated than that. It's very difficult for one country to ban importation of items from another country. There are global agreements between nations where doing activities like that become quite challenging. I don't know if going forward, I see that he's pretending he didn't hear me call his name, Mr. O'Keefe, but he's in deep conversation with the Minister of Health. So maybe we can ask him to address that a little later. Okay, but thank you so much for your question. It was a great question. Where's the microphone? And Dr. Ramkumar would like to say a word as well. Thank you, everyone, for coming back to your seats. There's still a lot more refreshments. There's still going to be many more opportunities for us to have our veggie meter reading done. And word out, I heard in the grapevine that our Minister of Health has a very impressive veggie meter reading. So please give him a little round of applause. I don't know if he's going to win today, but I hear he had a good reading. Is this on? Turn on.
So one thing I wanted to say to add to that question, the answer to that question, which is a really good question. Why can't we just ban the bad things, right? So when I was talking, one of the problems that I introduced was this is a global food systems. It's a systems problem that starts from the very production and the choice of what we are growing, right? If the world continues to just focus on, from an agricultural standpoint, on growing staple crops, we're not going to make progress, because those 6 staple crops are the whole train is headed to mass producing all of the bad stuff that you're talking about, right? And to support the CAFOs that I was talking about. So the change has to come from a systems lens. That's why you need the agricultural sector to be talking about diversification of crops. Dr. Onyeka talks about some of the staple crops that used to be, that because of the industrial system has been pushed to the side. Those were traditional crops that has served humans for millennia, and that would be classified now as our whole foods. But what have we done? We've pushed it aside to grow corn, soybean, and the stuff I was talking about, the offals.
Yeah, what it is orphan crops. They're called orphan crops because they are grossly underutilized crops. So they're like millet, sorghum, and quite a few of them. These crops have withstood the test of time in terms of climate change. They can be grown in drought regions and arid regions. So we need to reinvest and think about, what are those crops that we used to have in the past? Can we bring them back? Because they're very nutritious and they're really, really good. In the United Kingdom, we're looking at how can we partner with the Global South to see how we can exploit that. They're really thinking ahead in future because climate change is real, okay? The temperature is increasing, microbes are dying, so we need to start planning. So we need to go back to our roots, consider the indigenous knowledge, all those things we've learned in the past. Can we bring them back? Because if you think about it, my great-great-grandmother lived for many years. She was a farmer. She cultivated her crops, and she ate, from organic farming. So what is happening to us now? Longevity is being impacted. So we really need to go back to what we used to do in the past and bring some of those good practices in. Thank you.
And the other thing is that we're at this unique moment in human history where we have all of this technology and knowledge that we should be using in conjunction with the traditions, the indigenous knowledge that Dr. Onyeka was talking about. One of our experts here, Dr. Miri, is a chemical engineer who specializes in food processing. So we can be using technology to maybe process foods in ways that it's healthier for us, right? We can eat food, and always in moderation, that tastes good, but is formulated not to have tons of salt, sugar, fat. So these are the things that we can do, harnessing tradition, indigenous knowledge, the old ways with new technology. And this is why I keep going back to this reimagining something different, re-envisioning something different. We can do that. So I think I'm going to end right there.
Thank you so much, Drs. Ramkumar and Dr. Onyeka. So, new science, old traditions, okay? Going back to our roots and using roots and plants to provide a solution going forward. This leads us into our next presentation, all right? Dr. Helen Onyeka, who has a PhD and MSc, is a microbiologist, sustainability advocate, an educator with over 20 years of experience in food safety, the role of microbiomes in health and sustainable food systems. She is the Deputy Director of the Birmingham Institute of Sustainability and Climate Action, a Senior Fellow of the Higher Education Academy, and the CEO of Sustain Journal. Her contributions to applied microbiology, food security, and packaging innovation have earned her accolades, including the prestigious Basil Jarvis Food Security and Innovation Award. Dr. Onyeka's work has a global impact as she collaborates with international stakeholders to address pressing challenges in food systems and sustainability. So we've been speaking all morning about the role of microbiomes, so it's very fitting for us to have a microbiologist speak with us today. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Onyeko, this time officially, she just spoke with us, to the podium.
Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. So I would like to start by telling you, and hopefully at the end of my session today, you'll be able to appreciate the invisible organisms that sustain life. But before I start, I just want to warn you, I'm so passionate about microorganisms. I dream about them, and yeah, I do dream about them, and I think about them all the time. So it's really a pleasure to be here today. My name, like you said, Dr. Nyaka. And microbes are normally overlooked. And to me, they are the most important living forms of life. Okay? They're invisible to the eye, but they play a remarkable role in maintaining human health, supporting agriculture, protecting the environment, and sustaining life on Earth. So hopefully by the end of this session, I hope you become passionate like me a little bit. And you get the appreciation of why it's very important. When we talk about microbiome, what does it really mean? Why should we bother? What is it important? So hopefully. So let me try and navigate this. Okay, so I've been introduced, but just to say that I teach food microbiology and food safety. I'm very passionate about food safety because I love eating. And you want to eat and not fall ill, you know? You want to eat, enjoy the food and not fall ill. So to me, food safety is so critical. And I'm advocating at the moment, when you think about food security, food safety should be embedded as one of the pillars. Because we cannot have a secure food system if it's not safe. Okay? We cannot have a sustainable food system if the food is not safe. We'll have to remember to stand here. Thank you. So, and much of my research focuses on sustainable food systems. How can we exploit microorganisms to produce food and also help to extend shelf life of food? Microbes, like human, they fight, they compete for space, for food, you know, like we do. So, and then we can exploit them. So we have the good, the bad, and the ugly. So my talk today is going to focus on the good, the microbiome, and why it's important. So the key things I'm going to go through today is microbiomes and their key components, importance in health and ecosystem. Dr. Rankuma, he's talked about microbiomes in human, you know, so I'm going to be talking about animals, plants, and water. They're all very important in each of these ecosystems and why that is the case. And also we'll talk about how can we maintain the microbiome because it balances life. You know, my favorite scientist of the year is, all the time actually, is Louis Pasteur. And he made a statement. That statement is, the role of infinitely small in nature is infinitely large. So microbes, you can't even see them, but they can play, and they do play, a massive role in maintaining life forms, all life forms. Imagine during COVID-19, I mean, they brought everyone to a standstill. That's a negative impact, so I don't want to talk about that one. So we're talking about, you know, microbiomes today, so I'll focus on the good ones. So understanding microbiomes, what does it really, really mean? A microbiome is a community of microorganisms living together within a particular environment. These microorganisms include bacteria, fungi, viruses, and archaea. And they are found everywhere, so they are considered ubiquitous. They're found in the air, water, on our skin, on our body, and also like Dr. Dave Rankuma talked about, we have trillions of microorganisms in our body, trillions of it. So the latest research talks about 38 trillion bacteria in our human body. So you can imagine how versatile they are. So rather than existing alone, what they do is they interact with one another and also with the community they're founding to help maintain balance. So it's very important that that balance is sustained if we want to have a healthy lifestyle. Okay, so we'll start with why should we care to start off with? You know, look at animal microbiome. Microorganisms recycle nutrients. It's quite important, that we maintain the cycle of nutrients because we need it to survive. So imagine if there were no microbes to recycle the nutrients, we're all going to really be malnourished. They maintain healthy ecosystem and support our immune system, improve food production, help protect against disease. Without microorganisms, some of the natural, processes that sustain life today will stop. Honestly, that is a true case. It will stop. So healthy microbiome truly supports healthy ecosystem. Okay? Remember that. Then, in terms of animals, they also rely heavily on microorganisms. The largest microbial community is found in the digestive tract, like Dr. Rankuman mentioned, because they help break down food, And they are also found on the skin. They help in maintaining the immunity also, respiratory tract, and they contribute to immune function. They are very essential in digestion and also nutrient absorption and metabolism, growth, immunity, and productivity. Because if they're healthy, they'll produce and they'll reproduce. So in terms of agriculture, healthy lives, in terms of agriculture, microbiomes of plants are very, very important. So the functions are improve immunity, reduce infection, enhance productivity and growth. And for example, the rumens in cattle, they wouldn't be able to break down cellulose on their own. So they need microorganisms to help break it down. So that is quite key. And it's very important that we appreciate that. So they will not be able to do that at all without microorganisms. Oh, I'm looking at something different here. Yeah, sorry. I think I'm getting it. So plants, sorry. So in terms of the plants' microbiomes, where are they found? They are found around the roots, the rhizosphere, on the leaf structure, the phyllosphere, and inside the plant tissue, the endosphere. So what do they do in plants? They promote growth, cell interactions, and nutrient availability within the plant. So it's quite important for healthy plants because the food we eat, if it's healthy, that will then help with our gut microbiome. And we've heard today, if the gut microbiome is in dysbiosis, that can lead to some of these non-communicable diseases that is quite prevalent, here and around the world. So what are the benefits? Nitrogen fixation, converting atmospheric nitrogen into a form that plants can use. I mean, they're natural fertilizers. They're able to get that from atmosphere, convert it to nitrogen, the plants use it, and they grow. And also, they help in nutrient uptake, enhancing the absorption of phosphorus and micronutrients that are needed for plants to grow. Help also to repress, soil-borne pathogens, those nasty microorganisms, so they repress that because they compete, like I told you earlier, so they wouldn't be able to grow. And also pests, some of them are very good at warding off pests. And also, which is quite important, is stress tolerance. They improve resilience to drought and salinity. And how do they do that? They will do that by working together. For example, you have the fungi that will grow hyphae and help in the soil. So that's why tillage, if you keep tilling the soil, you disrupt the ecosystem there, and then you have problems. But I'll talk to you about that later, and I'm sure we'll have an agriculturist. I'll talk about that in the future. So I've talked about the rhizobium bacteria in legumes. They help fix atmospheric nitrogen, and they form this symbiotic relationship with the plants where they're in the roots. They capture the nitrogen, transform it into a form that the plants can use. So, in terms of cell microbiome, I want you to now think of soil not as dead, but as a living ecosystem. It is living. Do you know why? Because, the microbes there, if you were to take a tablespoon of the soil and grow it in a lab to find out how many microbes you get trillions of it. Loads of microorganisms. It's a system. There's so many microorganisms living there. So please don't consider them as dead anymore. It is a living system, okay? And the soil microbiome, the roles they play is they decompose organic matter into nutrients. When we die, when the animals die or plants die, they break them down and then get back into the soil, and then we eat it because we need those nutrients to be able to maintain the balance. They recycle essential elements like nitrogen, phosphorus, and carbon, improve soil aggregated structure, so that way you can have aeration in the soil and you can have that structure that can withstand droughts and stuff like that. Okay, so the key groups of microbes that are found in the soil, the bacteria, fungi, and protozoans. Very, very important. So soil is far more important and is not simply dead. Please remember that today. So in terms of the importance, again, and like I mentioned earlier, improve soil fertility, support crop production, enhance water retention when they form that network. And also they can store and sequestrate carbon, from the environment, which is quite important and helps in climate change impact. So, and I mentioned, so a healthy soil is essential for food security and environmental sustainability, okay? So the next thing I want to talk about is not just the plants or the animals. In aquatic and water, they play a very important role as well, but I'll come to that. This is the benefits of soil microbiome, in regenerative farming, They increase the microbial diversity, improve soil fertility and structure, reduce degradation and erosion, and enhance climate change. I've said this, so yeah. In terms of water, they're found in oceans, in rivers, lakes, and groundwater. Microbes are everywhere. I told you they are ubiquitous. So they drive nutrient cycling to maintain the balance in life. Aquatic food web, they are part of that. When you think about the triangle, they are there. They sustain life as well. They support natural water purification. Microbes are so key to our existence in life. Phytoplankton produce much of the Earth's oxygen. They are key. If they were not there, we wouldn't have enough oxygen. I can guarantee you that. They play a very key role. And Dr. Rankuma mentioned that as well. And they also act as a sensitive indicator of water quality. So a healthy aquatic microbiome are essential for clean water and ecosystem balance. Very key to that as well. Now, I'd like to move on to something that is really a global challenge, in a minute. Looking at the function of microorganisms generally, waste decomposition, very key, and mineralization, because when we die, we get recycled, unfortunately. Water purification and irrigation, filtration, carbon and nitrogen cycling, which is very key. Climate regulation is key to that because we do need microorganisms to help in terms of climate change mitigation. And also maintaining biodiversity, very, very key. This is just the overall environmental function of microorganisms. So moving on to something that is really, really, really pressing and is a global challenge. We had heat waves in the UK last week. And I don't know if you heard in the news that quite a lot of people died in Europe from the heat wave. Quite a lot of people died. So you can imagine, if this is a problem with humans, how is the climate change then impacting microorganisms? And we need microbes to be able to sustain life. So climate change can alter the microbial diversity and composition, okay? Reduce soil quality and structure, increase pathogen spread and virulence. And we're seeing pathogens that are not normally pathogenic, microbes, that are not normally pathogenic, becoming pathogenic. So they are emerging and re-emerging pathogens that we're seeing these days, because they can acquire the pathogenicity gene from the environment. And climate change is encouraging that a lot. And also affect agricultural productivity. How? High temperature. Food will spoil quickly, Flooding, droughts, all those things will impact on the productivity of plants and nutrition. Pollution, we're seeing increasing pollution. And I'm sure you've witnessed some here. I've seen some when looking around the brown algae, and the hydrogen sulfide Yeah, I perceived quite a lot of that yesterday when I came here. So these are all, with climate change, that is going to get worse. It's going to increase. So it's very important that we appreciate that we need to maintain the microbiome, the balance of them, to be able to address the impact of climate change. So what that means is a disrupted microbiome undermines the very ecosystem that feed and sustain life here on Earth. So that tells us we need to be very, very mindful of that. And we need to be very proactive to maintain that balance. So another thing, Dr. Rankuma already mentioned this about antibiotics. I mean, antibiotics have transformed modern medicine and have saved millions of lives. However, excessive and inappropriate use of antibiotics can also damage beneficial microorganisms. So this reduces the microbial diversity, and also contributes to antimicrobial resistance. I went to a conference, a few years ago, and people were showcasing super, super, super bugs. And I'm thinking, that is not something we should talk about. We should really address it. Not proud that we're isolating super, super, super bugs. These are bugs that cannot be treated with antibiotics because they develop resistance due to overuse. And these were veterinary doctors that were showcasing, what they have isolated. And that really spurred me to think, that's not very good. We need to address it, okay? So it's quite important we think about how we can reduce the use and have a responsible use of antibiotics, especially in agriculture. Okay? Whether it's livestock or plants, it's very important that we do that because we need to protect human health. Okay. So in terms of microbiomes and the future, as we look into the future, microbiomes are becoming very important, and we're all excited to be part of that. We can drive change. I would like to see myself as a change maker. I'm sure all of you can see yourselves as change maker, because once we're empowered with the knowledge, then we can do something with the knowledge we have acquired. So as we look to the future, it's becoming increasingly important that we get into, if you're into research, get into the research about microbiomes, because this will help us improve food security, and food security is a big problem now. And we're all driving towards zero hunger. How can we achieve that if we don't have a secure way of producing food and making sure the food is just not there, but also is nutritious and helps improve health as well? Human and animal health, sustained agriculture, and environmental protection. These are what microbiomes can achieve, thinking about the future, in order to protect our environments. That means we're protecting the future generations, and we need to really think about that quickly. So the key takeaways, I've got 4 of them. 4 very important messages here, and I want us to take away. So first, firstly is microbiomes exist everywhere. They are ubiquitous. They can be found on our body, hair, skin, animals, water, everywhere. Microbes are everywhere. So secondly, they are essential for health, nutrition, and ecosystem sustainability. Very important. Then the third message is soil microbiomes underpin the agriculture and global nutrient cycling. So they are needed. So there are certain practices that can be done, like, organic farming, zero tilling, like they do in America, cover cropping, and living monoculture, if possible. There are certain practices, I'm sure Dr. Nabanja will talk about that soon. And also the last one is climate change poses a significant threat to microbial balance, the microbiome balance. So we need to really be mindful of that and think about that carefully. So I just want to say thank you to all of you here, and hopefully we'll be able to talk more if you want to talk about microbiome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anyaka. One thing I want to just quickly mention is that I know that we have some farmers in the house. If you don't mind raising your hands, raise your hands loud and proud. Any farmers in the house? Even if you're a backyard gardener, you represent. All right. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I know we have physicians in the house. I know we have nutritionists and dietitians in the house. Anyone who wants to raise your hand as a nutritionist or dietitian? Excellent. Be proud of who you are. So we've heard from physicians, we've heard from a microbiologist, and we have also, we're now looking forward towards going forward. I know we have at least one food processor in the house, persons who are actually marketing their food, at least one. I know there are probably two in the house. If you want to raise your hand and be proud, excellent. Thank you, Mrs. Married. Excellent, Grandma Married. Lovely to have you here. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Dr. Taghi Miri. He is an assistant professor of chemical engineering at the University of Birmingham and the co-director of the Teha Food Research Center. His research focuses on how food processing can protect nutrition and health while reducing waste, spanning sustainable processing, life cycle assessment, edible coatings, and food waste valorization. He collaborates with industry and academic partners in the United Kingdom and internationally, advancing sustainable food systems that improve nutrition and support the health of both people and the planet. So remember we spoke about highly processed foods? He's actually looking at how we can make processed foods healthier, since they seem to be part of our daily diet. Please welcome Dr. Miri.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to start with this question. How many of you had a processed food during the last few days? I would be surprised any of you not having a processed food. Even a bottle of pasteurized milk considered a processed food. How many of us, instead of saying you, how many of us had unhealthy food during the last few days? So there is a recognition that basically, where is this? If I move this one, there is a recognition that we eating unhealthy food. What does it stop us to eat healthier? Why? So it's not a lack of knowledge that I know this food is too salty, too fatty, too sugary, drinking so many sodas per day, etc. Why we're not acting on that knowledge is not of an issue of not knowing, but there's something else, I guess. And I'm, as been introduced, I'm a food process engineer trying to make the processing novel and better to has the less impact on the nutritional profile of the product, so hopefully become healthier and less adverse effect on the microbiome of the guts. So this is what I'm thinking, that in terms of what is stopping us to have. Yes, this is what I'm thinking of. What is the barrier issues we are not eating healthier food? One of them, yes, look at that one. One of them is in terms of what is happening in Tigger. More than 90% of the food are imported. Most of them are processed food. So I guess the choice of healthy food is less. The other one is typically based on the UN data, recent UN data. Healthier food costs at least 25% more compared to the processed, less healthy food. The other one, I think, we eat most of the time to have the pleasure of eating, so taste is quite important. So I think during this last few decades, food processing becomes so concerned of how to make the food tastier, so consumers buy more and more. We basically know how to structure and how to deliver the taste and aroma that consumer like. It's difficult for the healthier option to compete, to become as tasty as those. So in terms of food processing, I have many research projects to make them healthier, but that is on the manufacturing level, and that is not possibly relevant to talk today here. But on a smaller scale, on a kitchen-based, on a restaurant-based, what we could do to make the processed food healthier or our recipe healthier. And one of those is reducing fat and salt and sugar in our recipe. The good news is the taste of food is not basically just simply the amount of salt and fat and sugar in there, but the microstructure and the delivery method of those ingredients to our tongue and our receptor in our mouth. So we can trick that. We can reduce salt and fat and sugar, and still the consumer feel the same level of salt and fat and sugar than before. And sometimes even not having, for example, sugar in the recipe, if we add some flavors of, for example, vanilla, strawberry, and pineapple, we associate those with sugar, and we feel it has some sugar in it, even if there is no sugar in the recipe. So to deliver, for example, less salt, if we basically encapsulate and make the salt on the surface uneven distributed, if we can deliver half of the salt and consume, the person that eats that food still feels the same level of salt. Similarly for fat, if we make emulsions and make it creamy with less salt, with emulsions of water and fat together, we can deliver less fat and still make it tasty. For sugar is the same. Similar trick can be used for fortifying food and making them, hiding them the taste of iron and metal taste that possibly people don't want to see. So those tricks that potentially can help us to make our food healthier. If I move on to what potentially could be done with the local produce to extend their shelf life, for example, I've been checking online, and seems Antigva's black pineapple seems to be one of the sweetest one in the world, but has a delicate structure and can't be easily exported. We can help with the packaging and filming on the surface to extend its shelf life, either for export or keeping it longer for consumption. Similarly for mango, the skin and kernel of those mangoes are full of good bioactives that could be easily extracted and added to the food, and because those bioactives have health benefit, making our food recipes with much less cost healthier. If I move on to what we could do together, one of the aspects would be reformulation of the local produce to extend their shelf life and extract value from the food waste. The other one would be helping with the fortification of the food based on what needed locally and still keeping the taste as good as possible, plus some joint research between Research Institute here and US and United Kingdom. So thank you very much.
So we just saw, please thank again the two presenters from the University of Birmingham who have represented Dr. Onyeka and Dr. Miri. And they spoke about local, right? And here we are in our lovely island nation. And I'm so pleased to share that we have two beverages which are very local that we're sharing today. We have our local bush tea, which we're inviting everybody to stroll over, get in your steps, stroll over and enjoy some. And also, we have something that nourishes the microbiome in the form of a beverage. We have ginger beer, which is a fermenter which nourishes our microbiome. So we have both ginger beer and bush tea. We're welcoming everybody to please come and have some of that. Okay, we're now going to re-invite Dr. Ramkumar to come forward. Please welcome her back to the podium.
So just a disclaimer, I am a physician and a medical educator. I am not an agricultural expert by any means. However, the work that I've been doing over the last several years, in that work, I have truly been engaged in this farm food health connection. And I work specifically with agricultural experts, like I said, in this transdisciplinary way. And so while I don't claim to be the expert, I feel that I can talk fairly credibly about some of the aspects of how we are actually producing our food. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the global way, the industrial ag way, which doesn't necessarily apply on the scale that we are farming here in Antigua. For that, we're going to have our actual local expert, Mr. Alabanjo, expand on that. Some of this I may have mentioned earlier. You might have heard these words coming up in previous presentations, but as an educator, I believe that repetition is the key to learning. So let's start. So with our current agricultural system, the global industrial agricultural system is characterized by several common practices. So these include the monocropping that I talked about before, and simplified crop rotations, right? The endless fields of just corn and soybean, which I see on a day-to-day basis. Intensive tillage, which, as Dr. Onyeka was talking about, disrupts not just the physical structure of the soil, which then predisposes you to soil erosion and losing your valuable topsoil, but disrupting the whole fungal network and soil microbiome structure and the biology of soil. A heavy reliance on synthetic fertilizers and pesticides, and then livestock production now is often separated from the cropping systems and depends heavily on antibiotics and hormones. And in many regions, we have excessive irrigation, which puts a lot of pressure on our water resources. And as agriculture expands and as we continue to grow because we need to feed the world, it contributes to deforestation and destruction of entire ecosystems, which our planet simply cannot afford right now. So this slide highlights some of the downstream consequences of these practices that I just talked about. Like I said, the intensive tillage contributes to soil erosion and the loss of valuable topsoil. And the heavy use of synthetic fertilizers can result in the nutrient runoff that enters our rivers, lakes, and watersheds. I know where I am in the state of Illinois, we have the Mississippi River, the mighty Mississippi, that runs from the top of the country all the way down and empties into the Gulf of Mexico. And the Mississippi River is just the dumping ground for all of the runoff from our households, from industry, but also a large contributor to the runoff is a nutrient runoff from our fields, agricultural fields. All of the fertilizer, the excess potassium and nitrogen, and all of the chemicals that we use in our pesticides and herbicides, all dumping into the mighty Mississippi and then dumps out into the Gulf of Mexico. And I'll get to that in a second. So, and also these pesticides and fungicides that we're spraying. Where I live, and I'm sure it's not happening here in Antigua, but where I live, you will see these planes flying, the crop duster planes, and they're flying and they're just spraying these pesticides and fungicides and herbicides, right? Do you think, I mean, they're supposed to only fly on days when there's not a lot of wind, but can you really control that? Do you think it's just going to land exactly on those plants? No, they're not. They're going everywhere. It's indiscriminate. And it's also indiscriminately disrupting the soil microorganisms that Dr. Onyeka said was so important, and also all of the bees and the butterflies and our pollinators, right? And together, all of these practices reduce the resilience of both the agricultural systems and the surrounding ecosystems that support us all. Another thing that we have done is we've decoupled livestock from farming systems. So if you think about it, traditionally, we've begun to farm as a human civilization. Animals were always part of a farming system. But somewhere around the 1950s, we started to decouple that. We started with chickens, and we took the chickens out of a farming system. And then in the 1960s, we started taking the cows and the pigs out. And what did we do? We started housing them in these gigantic facilities. And they're called CAFOs for short, which stands for Concentrated Animal Feedlot Operations, right? And with that comes a host of ecological and ethical problems as well, because we have to think about what is the life of this animal that we're going to eat, but during the time that they're confined in these spaces. And it's an approach that's based on efficiency, right? But it is completely disconnected from the natural cycles of nutrient cycling that Dr. Onyeka was talking about. And that cycle has existed in millennia between crop and livestock. Think about it. The animals were, walking through the land, they're pooping, they're urinating, all of these nutrients are going into the soil, their hoofs are stirring up microbes, and it's all of this nutrient cycling. We've removed that. We've taken that away. And like I said, it results in a range of environmental and public health challenges, including, again, I speak to what's happening on a globe, like in the US. When you have thousands of animals, think about what happens to their waste. We have these gigantic manure ponds, so these concentrated manure ponds. And all of this can cause harmful algal blooms from the nutrient runoff, and Dr. Onyeka referred to the emerging antibiotic resistance, because when you have thousands of animals put in one place, what happens? One sneezes, everybody gets sick, right? So what do? You have to give them prophylactic antibiotic use, right? And they're also pumping them up full of hormones to make them grow faster. None of this is good for our health. So with all of these practices, right, one thing that happens, and we're doing these practices because it's efficient, right? No doubt it's efficient, and it's part of like what spawned the Green Revolution, right? But these practices end up creating what we're realizing, it's created a cycle of dependency. So we have declining soil health, which leads to greater pest and disease pressure, which then drives more use on reliance on fertilizer and pesticides. And over time, the system becomes increasingly dependent on these external inputs to keep going. You just have to pour on more and more and more, right? Because you have broken the natural cycle. We have disrupted everything that kept things in balance. And the only way you stay on top of it is more and more and more inputs. And that comes at a cost to the farmers. It comes at a cost to the economy. And it certainly comes at a cost to the environment, and ultimately a cost to us as humans. And so we find, like, and I'm speaking about the farmers in the United States, they are trapped literally in this vicious cycle of dependence and on this treadmill where it's hard for them to get off of. So threats to water. Industrial agriculture has an enormous impact on water. Like I said, the excess nutrients from fertilizer runoff contributes to harmful algal blooms. And you'll see, especially in the heat waves that right now we're having in the Midwest, you're just seeing bodies of water just covered with green algae, which then sucks up oxygen and suffocates all the life that's under it. I talked about the mighty Mississippi, which is, you know, the recipient of all of the runoff that dumps into the Gulf of Mexico. And we have what's now in the Gulf of Mexico a dead zone. Literally nothing is living there, and it's ever expanding. It's the size of the state of Connecticut right now, and it's just growing bigger by the minute. And it's all because of all this nutrient runoff. And on top of that, and by the way, the sargassum problem that we're experiencing, that the world is experiencing, particularly impacting islands, nation states that depend heavily on tourism like Antigua, while the connection is not necessarily one-to-one, like it is with the harmful algal blooms, the runoff and the nutrient runoff definitely is playing a role in the massive amounts of sargassum that's developing in the Pacific and in the Atlantic Ocean. And that's coming from Brazil. It's coming from what's happening in Brazil and South America and Chile and the US. It's global. And it's all coming and impacting small nations that did not contribute significantly to the problem, right? But you are bearing the brunt of the effects of this problem. So again, I just want to say this, reiterate this point about soil matters. And it's important. I do this little chant. We do this a similar session in schools in Champaign-Urbana, where I live. And I have this little chant with the kids. Soil is not dirt. Soil is life. Dirt is inert, right? It's just the physical structure of minerals, crushed up rocks, right? That's inert and lifeless. But soil is alive. Soil has all of the living organisms that makes it alive and makes it living. And as Dr. Onyeka said, it can store carbon, it can sequester carbon. It has the potential, if we farm properly, it has the potential to sequester pretty much most of the excess carbon dioxide that we produce with greenhouse gas emissions. It supports retention of water, right? It supports biodiversity and ultimately sustains the health of our crops, our environment, and ourselves. But as we know, industrial agriculture degrades soil by disrupting this symbiotic relationship of the microbes in the soil and by breaking down the physical structure. And you know, we have organizations like the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, which recognizes the importance of soil. You know, soil was always treated like dirt, pretty much, right? And it was just like an afterthought. We walk on it and that's the end of it. But now the organizations like the FAO are saying, no, soil is life and we have got to pay attention to it. So there's tons of resources and studies and, you know, efforts underway to map soil microbiomes, to emphasize to farmers the importance of soil and the soil microbes and the microorganisms so that we're farming in a different way. Speaking of farming in a different way, there's actually a growing movement that represents the opposite of all that I've been talking about, that extractive, one-way extractive degrading approach that we've been talking about. And it has different names. You'll see regenerative agriculture here. I like the word regenerative because I feel that it's beyond sustainable. If we're regenerating, then we have a continuous, virtuous cycle, right? Sustainability, sometimes when you're just sustaining something, you're just keeping it going for where it needs to be. But when we're regenerating, we're making things actually better. You can call it organic farming, agroecology. There are many terms, right? But they all basically, the principles are all rooted in, again, the indigenous knowledge of older farming traditions where you worked with nature rather than against it. But now we have the beauty of modern science and technology to enhance all of this. And by the way, I want to say that not all, I just want to make a point here, not all indigenous or traditional practices are great. Slash and burn, which has existed for millennia, is not great, right? If you're just going to clear cut something, farm it till it's depleted and then move on. People did that. We have done that as civilizations to the detriment, and those civilizations then fail and die. If you look at human history, a lot of the cause of civilizations just disappearing is just that. They basically extincted themselves because they slashed and burned themselves out of a food source, the ability to grow food. So regenerative ag shifts the focus from extracting resources from the land and working with natural systems in a holistic way. So instead of disturbing soil and degrading ecosystems, regenerative ag emphasizes protecting soil, increasing biodiversity, and rebuilding healthy microbial communities. And we bring back animals into the system in regenerative grazing. And similar principles can be applied in aquatic systems. So there is such a thing as regenerative aquaculture. And we can grow things like seaweeds, shellfish, and finfish. And it can be done in a way that is organic and supports ecosystem health. So we know that the product that we're getting is going to be much healthier than something that's farmed in the traditional industrial ways. What are these 7 core principles of regen ag? I mean, we've been taught, I think by this time you guys know this, but again, bears repeating. So the few key principles are disturb the soil as little as possible, so low or no till. And they're actually, this is where engineering comes in, right? We don't have to have massive equipment that just digs up the soil and just disrupts and tills it all up. They have machines now that actually cut clean, shallow lines that you just drop your seeds in. So that's the ingenuity I'm talking about. That's where we need to be going. Keeping living roots in the ground all the time. The soil needs to be covered. It distresses me, like we have seasons, right? So we have winter where nothing is growing. And when we're driving around, you just see thousands of acres of just bare soil. And the wind comes, it's very windy too. The wind comes, the snow comes, we get heavy rains. What's happening? It's all being washed off, right? And by the way, one thing that we've had happen in the state of Illinois, we've had these massive dust storms where people you can't see anything driving on the highways. We had a massive pileup about 2 years ago. 13 people died. And all because of dust storms from the blow-off, because the fields were left, the fields were just not covered with crops. There was no living roots, and there was no cover crops on the soil. So cover crops are important. And in between plantings, cover crops are important. Where am I? I'm sorry, I'm just losing my place here. And so we want to also integrate animals back into the system, and we also want to reduce reliance on synthetic inputs. And again, all of this is to restore and rebuild soil health, natural nutrient cycling, and create more resilient food production systems. So this slide kind of shows you what an early kind of regenerative cropping system looks like. Again, this is a US-based example, right? You can see that and by the way, the rows are built so that machinery can go through. So it's designed that way. And there's a lot of biodiversity there. And then there's also, you'll notice, trees, bushes, shrubs. There are all these bioswales of other types of plants. These are not the crops, but these are providing shelter. These are providing the food for the pollinators. And so it's an integrated system of cropping. And then you want to add animals back in. So with this slide, I just want to point out something that people don't necessarily think about, but it's happening. Beyond the environmental impacts, which I've talked about, there's this growing concern that the nutrient quality of our food is declining. That factors like climate change, climate stress, and those are the things that I've kind of highlighted in the red, heavy agrochemical use, changing agricultural practices, the industrial practices, and declining soil health can reduce the nutrient density of crops. But the good news is that the flip side, the regenerative ag practices that I'm talking about actually maintain and enhance the nutrient density. So I don't have a slide up about this, but just to let you know, there are a lot of studies going on right now comparing crops that are grown, foods that are grown with like the conventional way and with regenerative organic ways. And what they're finding is that some of the micronutrients, I mean, we all know, you know, the carbs, the proteins, right, the big macronutrients, but the micronutrients which are essential for health, like the minerals, the vitamins. Dr. Ramkumar talked about the phytosterols, all these phytochemicals. They're very important in tiny doses for health, and we get them from plants. That they're actually higher in the foods that are grown with regenerative methods. And that's ongoing work that is needed and is happening, and the data continues to emerge. So my final slide here to wrap up highlights the connection between soil health, plant health, and human health. On the left, yes, wait, no, that's what? Your left, sorry. On your left, conventional ag you can see reduces the diversity of soil microbes, leads to less resilient plants and produce. And when we consume the typical Western diet that Dr. Ramkumar was talking about, which is not the best for feeding our gut microbiome, this results in poorer human health. But in contrast, in blue, sustainable and regenerative ag practices support rich soil microbial communities, healthier plants, healthier produce, and when we consume these whole foods, which are more plant-based, and we're gonna learn more about the Eat the Rainbow from our two wonderful dietitians who are gonna be talking soon. We nourish our gut microbiome, and this results in better human health. So in other words, healthy soils help grow healthy foods, which help support healthy people. And I'll just add to that, a healthy planet. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Alabanjo, who's going to talk about agriculture in the Antiguan and Barbudan context. Thank you.
So Mr. Alabanjo is clearly a man that needs no formal introduction, but he's a senior agricultural officer in the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry in Antigua and Barbuda. I must say that Dr. Ramkumar has worked very closely with the Ministry of Health through Mrs. Susan Gardner and through the Ministry of Agriculture through Mr. Oluwabi Alabanjo. Please welcome him to speak about the Antiguan and Barbudan perspective of nutrition.
Good morning, Honorable. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, farmers. It's good to be here again. Just a point of correction, this man is retired, Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm not going to really say nothing so much new. We all already overheard that agriculture is food, agriculture is life, and agriculture is health. And I like the vibe going on in Antigua for the past few months when it comes to agriculture. Everybody is very hyper to want to talk about agriculture, to want to see the new face of agriculture. And definitely in Antigua and Barbuda, our agriculture is still ongoing. It's on a small scale, if I still have to say to each and every one, which we all know. We have the largest small-scale farmers within the Caribbean. The 60% of our farmers are between 1 to 3 acres of land, and the medium scale is just between 4 to 5 to 6 acres, and very little, about 5% is on the large scale in our agriculture. We already know the temperature that we are working with right now. We are in the drought system. We don't have no rainfall, and the suffrage our farmers are facing at this moment. Like I've said, our agriculture GDP is still very low, and people say we import a lot of food in Antigua. My question at all times is, what do we import? If we go to most of our supermarkets in Antigua today, you will see the small room for the fresh produce, and the largest of the supermarket is all processed food that most of my processors here have said. Our lifestyle, our food preferences and consumption detail what the supermarkets are selling. And this is where our agriculture is for food, is for life, and it's a good health, where we all need to change. I think this is very compulsory based on what all my professors have already said. And 60% of our farmers is still very low. And when you look at the population of our farmers, it's less than 1% of the population in Antigua. I think we all need to do better. In Antigua, as you all know, we do mostly vegetables and very few root crops in Antigua. And we need to see how best this can be increased. We were talking about the vegetable machine in terms of what you eat, in terms of the fruits. Every mango, every avocado, guava, just name the fruit trees in Antigua, is grown in my yard, is grown in your yard. There is no orchard in Antigua that can boast of 2-3 acres of mango trees or avocado trees or soursop trees. Just name them. Every mango being sold on the street in St. John is from my yard, is from your yard. So this is where we need to change the culture of what is our agriculture. Because we all speak a lot in Antigua when it comes to agriculture on the radio. We blast the government, we blast everything, but what is our own contribution? Our food choices is still the problem that we are facing in Antigua. Our agricultural practices, yes, it has been mentioned too, we are not different from US, we are not different from other Caribbean islands, but we are now practicing a new style of regenerative agriculture too in Antigua. Most of our farmers are moving away from most of the hard synthetic chemical. A lot of them through the backyard program has been doing wonderful work when it comes to regenerative agriculture. A lot of big farmers who are now using weed mat and biodegradable materials for their system. You know, agriculture, so we going into hydroponics. A lot of people now are into hydroponics, you know, using different technologies that are available, you know, within the system, you know, so go ahead. Yes, we do have challenges in our agricultural system. You know, the local supply chain, we do have challenges, but my challenge that I always give to people is, what is our own role as individual people in Antigua? How do we consume food? How much of food do we buy? Like the previous speakers have said, what do we process food? We all consume that every day. When you go to the supermarket, like I've made some jokes around that, stay in front of the cashier. Look at what people are paying for. Look at what people are using their hand-earned salary to pay for. You wonder if it's to be consumed or they're going to feed their dog with that. And we all practice this every day. We all buy all these foods every day. If we don't buy them, supermarket will not bring them in. So this needs to come into our mind that agriculture is food, agriculture is life, and agriculture is good health. Climate smart agriculture or agricultural challenges through local value chain and local supply. Like I said already, you know, the infrastructures are there. Each farmer's subsidized production, and many people here can testify, those who are in agriculture. If I grow half acre of tomato today, I have to maintain that tomato field through another means, not the tomato itself, because I'm here to harvest to sell. So in agriculture in Antigua, the collaboration between each farmers is very key, is very important to our own development. And when we continue to look at the distribution, I will give you a good example. I picked some watermelon recently, and I couldn't even get them to sell for the past 1 month. Every day I have to return them back home. You have to take to the market. You have to return them back home. That shouldn't be happening in Antigua. That shouldn't be happening. But at the end of the day, you see the amount of sodas, Coca-Cola, and all these things that people go and buy in the supermarket and taking home to go and eat. But rather than buying the fresh watermelon to take home, to blend, mix up with your ginger, mix up with your this for excellent drink, we don't do that. So at the end of the day, it comes to waste for a lot of farmers. The amount of food that comes to waste at the farm gate is over 60% of the local production. and we say there's no food in Antigua. We have food. We have food in Antigua. It is we as individuals, as families, not consuming what we are producing in Antigua. We are not buying enough. We prefer to want to open box, open the tin, open the whatever they package it in, rather than peeling your own sweet potato, peeling your own carrot, buying the yam. When I go to the market to reduce waste, you see people, well, I just want little yam. What do you want to do with little yam? So what should the farmer do with the big yam or the other yams? Oh, I want just little tiny potato. What do you do with that? I have engaged people in the market. Oh, I want 2 sweet pepper. So then what do you do for the rest of the week when you only need 2 sweet pepper just for tomorrow, Sunday? So the rest of the week, what do you do? So this is where our agriculture lies. And we're talking of good health, good life, and agriculture is food. I think we need to change our lifestyle. This is just me. We need to change our lifestyle and a new approach to agriculture. Climate smart production, yes, it is there. We will continue to upgrade what is there when it comes to climate smart, hydroponic, and other system of food production. Yes, agricultural diversification. When we say agricultural diversification, what do we say? I've already mentioned it in terms of planting more fruit trees, and like I've said, we don't have orchard in Antigua. I mentioned that in the beginning, and that is one of our problems. Every fruit trees that comes into Antigua, avocado pear, is coming from Dominican Republic, is coming from either Guyana, either the Commonwealth of Dominica, and many other islands. Every single fruit trees you see in Antigua is in each of us homes. We exchange mango when in mango season. We exchange guava. There is no 10 acres, 5 acres of orchard production. Now people are engaging in coconut. Why? Because there's big money in the coconut industry now. Everybody wants to grow and sell coconut water. But that is not the end. Like my professor has said, there's no many ways and means to process food that we can utilize continuously in our homes. Buy local, eat local. We're talking of from farm to fork or farm to plate. This is where it is. I remember some years back when we started this campaign of buy local, consume local, eat what we grow. Up till today, as I'm talking to you, we are still way and far behind. But this is not what government is going to come and force you to do. It is we have to make the choices and preference of consumption in Antigua. Zero hunger, I'm happy Juanita James is one of the architects of zero hunger. We're trying to bring it back. I can tell you something has been rewritten to bring the program back into Antigua. And this is where we have developed our backyard gardening program. And I would love to see many more people here to please get your backyard going, and so that we can produce more food and reduce our food import bill. Like I said, the backyard gardening is still there. The agricultural extension is still giving free seedlings, free seed, free assistance, education and training, lifelong learning program, and so many other activities that we can benefit from. This functionality of our agriculture for food is me and you and each and every one of us. What happened to the school garden? As soon as they go on vacation, the school garden is dead. We have to start all over again. We cannot grow agriculture like that, and we cannot grow the mind of our youth. Passing CXC, I've said it many times, shouldn't be the end of agriculture with our youth. There must be a methodology or process to encourage them to go further. Like Gilbert Agricultural Development Center, where a lot of trainings have been done, from farm to table, farm to fork, and many other training like the apiculture, rabbit keeping, and many, many other areas. So let's encourage our youth. There should be no idleness in Antigua. Oh, I don't have work. Go to Gilbert. Go and get trained in one area or the other so that you can be part of the society. I said so, lifelong learning. We have done that in Antigua. A lot of people are here who have participated in the lifelong learning that we have been doing for our farmers in Antigua. And it's still ongoing. We will continue to train and educate our farmers when it comes to education and training, because there's no limit to education at any age for anybody. So Barbuda, as we all know, Barbuda is always a case study. But we are working, with Barbuda Council to see that Barbuda agriculture develop to a different level. We've been talking about reviving the coconut industry in Barbuda. We have encouraged people in the apiculture in terms of beekeeping. I think Barbuda has one of the best honey in Antigua as we speak. We are working to see that this area is further developed so that Barbuda people can engage more in agriculture. I think one of the problems too in Barbuda is the population. The population is not working along to see that agriculture grow. A lot of them want to go into the hospitality industry and many other industry, construction. But if they can allow, like many farmers in Antigua have said, if they allow them, they will be willing to move to Barbuda to work the land and produce food for Antigua and Barbuda. So, the solutions is there, like you all know. We're still doing a lot of data collection. Statistical analysis is still going on. And we are into many projects, like the soil project that is being mentioned. The ministry is into the soil project. It's still a continuous program that the Morocco government is assisting us with in Antigua, including the Food and Agriculture Organization. Our pineapple industry is being revived through the Inter-America for Agriculture. I think the ministry is reviewing over 27,000 plantlets very soon. And we're working to make sure that some of these activities comes into reality. But we need each and every one of us here to join hands with the ministry, to join hands with our farmers. The investment is very low in Antigua, in our agriculture. We rely too much on the government. Myself, yourself, we need to invest in our agriculture. We can't leave it to the government and farmers alone. We cannot. When you go to Dominica, go to Dominican Republic, I don't even want to mention the first world, but let's talk about countries or islands around us. It is our duty that we reinvest into our agriculture. We cannot leave it to government and farmers alone. So thank you very much, and any question we'll be willing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, again, I want to acknowledge Mr. Alabanjo. He doesn't act retired, does he? Actually, we've been working with him and Mrs. Gardner since about February when we got permission to do this workshop. And Mr. Alabanjo has been going out and embracing the farmers and encouraging them to register. I must say about the registration, I'm so humbled and impassioned by the response. When Dr. Ramkumar approached me, she said, Les, do you think that we can get even 30 people to come? All right, because I don't think we had these numbers in Nigeria and in the United States. Am I correct? Give yourselves a round of applause. So when we started this, we decided to be bold and anticipate that 50 people would attend. We opened up the lines very early. About 70 days ago, we opened up the lines and asked any stakeholders that we knew, and thank you to all of you that supported that. I'm acknowledging one of my first persons that supported me, Dr. Alafia Stevens, in making sure that this went out to everybody possible. She was a great supporter as the president of the Antigua and Barbuda Medical Association, and all of the other agencies that helped promote and spread this form inviting you to register and to save the date. Up to last night, just 137 people registered for this. And today, about 80 of us are here. So way beyond what our dream was, what we anticipated. Again, what it reflects, not just in our minister being here, but in all of you being impassioned. Some people meeting, seeing an AUA shirt and saying, look, I need to be a part of this, and ensuring that they got registered. People calling me and saying, Leslie, I can't register. I know we had a little difficulty in the beginning. But all of you being here means that you are impacted. When we look just to the north of us at our Jabberwock Beach, which I used to play at with my children 10 years ago, that beach is inundated with sargassum. That is just part and parcel of the story that we're experiencing here. So not just are we eating unhealthy foods, but the foods that we're growing are at risk of becoming unhealthy because of climate change. But through a regenerative process, we can change that. So we have all of you here. Again, some of us very shy, but remember, the story is with you. It's for us, by us, with the knowledge that we have. And we're now opening up the floor for questions, comments, concerns, barriers. So here we are all hearing about what we should be doing, how we can do it, but I'm sure some of us have been trying to eat healthier and are experiencing barriers, not just at a personal level for those of us who are living with a chronic disease, but also from an institutional level. If we are in charge of an institution that cares for persons living with diseases, are we able to ensure that we put the food to them that they're supposed to be eating? So I'm encouraging anyone to please come forward and share your thoughts and concerns. If you're quiet, we'll never know. The floor is open. Thank you. Avoid the mad rush and come now.
So, very fascinating presentations. Dr. Walwyn, you had asked if there were representatives in the room from the Ministry of Agriculture. I didn't look back. I want to know who's here from the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay, so I have a little pop quiz for you. Do you know how much fish sells for in Guadeloupe? Does anybody know? The fish is caught in Antigua's waters. Fish that is caught in Antigua's waters is sold in Guadeloupe for US between $5.50 and $9.90 US. Does anybody know why? Well, I found both presentations very instructive in the context of the use of pesticides and how we protect the soil. And the reason the fish is so expensive in Guadeloupe is because between 1974 and 1993, there were concerns about an increase in the number of cases of prostate cancer. And even though the health authorities in Guadeloupe and Martinique raised this issue with France, it was largely ignored. And over a period of 2.5 decades, the strongest association, a classic example of what can happen if we don't protect the soil, occurred in Guadeloupe and Martinique. And they were using, Dr. Walwyn and colleagues, a pesticide called chlordicone. They were using it in the banana fields, or I think in the sugarcane fields. I can't quite remember. And so this chlordicone found its way into the reef systems. And the French government hired scientists, and they were able to, I wouldn't say prove, but it provided the strongest association between, the strongest possible link between an environmental pesticide and an increase in prostate cancer. And the reason I want to raise this in this forum, Minister Joseph is here and he's also the Minister of the Environment. I want to say to all of us that potentially, if we're not careful, we may have some problems in Antigua. And I want to say that I have always been and continue to be concerned about the disposal of electronic waste like televisions and radios and batteries. And I'm calling on the minister. I know he's here. We're very good friends. We need to look at the issue of electronic waste, and we should not be putting electronic waste in the landfill, because these chemicals and the mercury and the lead, they will find their way into our soil. And down the road, our children will reap the kind of problems Guadeloupe and Martinique have had to contend with. And that's why fish is so expensive. The people in Guadeloupe don't consume the fish that is captured in their reef system. They come into our waters and they buy our lobster from Barbuda. Okay? So when we talk about the connection between, medicine and the soil, I thought Dr. Walwyn and Carl, that I would share that. It is the chlordicone that got into the soil system that raised the linkage between prostate cancer and the consuming of fish and other types of, things we capture in the sea. So let us be careful with our electronic waste, especially batteries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mansour. And let us cherish our soil.
Naturally, this is the order. I always go after Dr. Mansour.
Sorry, I'm still encouraging any of you, you can just come and stand in line. Okay, so please, don't let a speaker make you shy to come and present.
Right, so I am very encouraged by the information presented here today. The amount of backyard farmers that we have, what we consider to be agriculture, how much of it we're actually doing, but persons do not classify as it being done. I'm also concerned about the wastage. So 30% or more of it is wasted at the gate. So it doesn't even leave your farm yet and you've already wasted. Oh dear. I think as, I can't say a housewife, but as the person who has a backyard garden myself, and I prepare most of the meals at home, I think this is a common problem for anyone, especially that lady who goes to the market and wants the 2 sweet peppers or the small yam, right? Is how do you process the food that you have, whether you're producing it or you're buying it, so it's not wasted? Can you process it minimally so you have the highest nutrient content, you keep the taste and the quality, and so you reduce that wastage. I know there's a lot of good work happening already in the agricultural department at Gilbert's and your lifelong learning, and the beautiful example of Mrs. Miriam Samuel here, who does a lot of processing. I think the whole island is just so proud of what you're doing, indeed. And I'm hoping that this can trickle down a lot more if we can get that education just into the households. I think it will make a very big difference.
Yeah. Let me just answer this. There are so many foods. There are so many foods that can be processed. There are so many foods that can be processed at the home level. Let me give you an example of okra. I've said it in many lectures or workshops like this, that a family of 5, you can't finish 2 trees of okra in your yard. You cannot. So in case you have excess of okra harvested in your yard, you can blanch it and freeze. You know what I mean by blanching? So you can blanch and freeze. Yam, for example, again, is one of the most hardy vegetable crops, if I have to use that word for you. Even if I cut yam into half and you put it nicely in a dry place, you will come and make the same yam the following day, the next week, the same way. What will happen is that the topmost will get dry and you can peel again. And if not, you can peel the whole yam, minimally parboil it and freeze until you are ready to use it. Or you can peel it the same way and freeze it in the fresh form the same way it is and keep it up. So I think information at the processing level today, a lot of people have tried a lot of things that they are even putting on YouTube for individual home and person to see, because it's not speaking well for me as a farmer that you coming in front of me, I left my home, left your wife, your children to come to the market at 3 a.m. and you only buying two pepper from me. So if everybody buy two, so what will become of the rest of the product and there, So we need to look at, and when you go to supermarket, your basket is full of cornflakes and this and that, and you can't even push it to go and pay. But you come to the market now, you're picking the smallest carrot. You want the smallest sweet potato. You're looking for the smallest yam. Well, it's only for tomorrow. So what happened to the next days? So I think our food choices need to be changed, and we need to reculture how we eat. For the weeks, for the month, we need to reculture ourselves so that the benefit of what we are going to be doing, like I said, is everybody's hand. We all have to work together to make the greater of agriculture to work. Agriculture is food, agriculture is life, and agriculture is health.
All right. Dr. Miri, you want to address that question?
I second what my friend said. However, depends on what product you're looking. There are different ways of extending the shelf life. Typically, the microbial activity based on the amount of water available on the food material, it leads to decomposition and molding, which basically shorten the life. So controlling the temperature, either fridge or freezing, lowers the microbial activity, is one way that has already been mentioned. Also, sometimes the food goes off, the fresh produce goes off because the oxidation happens or enzymatic reaction happens. So like vacuum packing, or if it's not possible, slicing it and sun drying it, potentially also you can extend the shelf life for quite a long time. But in each case, we need to see what is the composition of the food and what is the most route to the short shelf life. We can basically look at that and suggest different ways of extending the shelf life. Thank you.
I think Chef has something to add.
Yes, I'd just like to add on to the points that Dr. Adebayo and Dr. Tegea posted. Another preservation method that is seldomly used, I think, in Antigua is lactofermentation. You have fresh product, and all you need is salt, water, and time. That also helps produce the healthy prebiotics and probiotics that are good for your gut. Miss Samuel, she does kombucha. That is a form of fermentation. She uses the local produce and she ferments it, and that extends the shelf life of these products. So I think that is another method of preservation. Also, pickling is also a form of fermentation that I think we can explore, making vinegars. And so there's a lot of ways that we can preserve these products. It doesn't have to be done in a huge factory. You can do these in your house. You just need 2% salt to water, and then you can preserve food for a very long time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next question.
I don't have a question, but a comment. I'm an HR practitioner, and I work for an organization that provides food for meals for employees on a daily basis. And I recognize from the presentations this morning that a lot of it is about education and training. Now, when we produce lunch, if it's fried chicken, it's gone in a half hour. But when you have vegetables, employees complain, oh, I don't want a veg, I just want rice alone, they want rice and macaroni, or macaroni on a daily basis. But when you try to incorporate the healthy stuff, it stays there, and it comes back to, what are we going to do today with the information that we receive? How are we going to transfer this to our children, to team members, our employees? Because for me, when I saw it, I was like, wow, I need to come. I know I'm an HR. But then sitting here, I'm like, wow, what wealth of information I can now go back to the organization and transfer what I have learned here to our team members. So thank you very much to the organizers.
Thank you as well. And this is actually a challenge. I don't know if there's anyone in the panel that wants to speak about this, but how do we tweak the palate of the Antiguan and Barbudan taste bud? How do we do that? A lot of it comes with finding creative, healthy ways as to how to prepare our food so that we actually do like our vegetables. We were complaining yesterday that vegetables are kind of an afterthought. You just boil them and put them on a plate so that you've created your obligation to provide vegetables. But we spend so much more time preparing our other types of foods, our starches and our proteins. So that becomes part of our challenge. Clearly, education is important, but I'm going to add far more than that. So we've had two people speak about education, Dr. Walters and of course you, but it has to also include policy. What are we going to do at a national policy level that is going to encourage this transition, this behavioral change? And not just that, but ensure that there's access and availability of what we are supposed to be eating, along with the other practices. So that's why I'm so glad that we have such strong governmental representation and the senior officials in government present with us today so that we can make this a national effort going forward. Thank you. I think the gentleman behind you, and then...
Yeah, I would just like to support Mr. Olabi Elbanjo in terms of agriculture. We have been colleagues for many years, and I would like to say that food production is very important, and in Antigua, we need to produce more food and also to utilize the food that we can produce and then to be able to produce food safely. Because I personally am aware of the amount of pesticides that are being used, and we're trying to get away somewhat from the use of pesticide. As we, for example, I have a system of agriculture that I'm developing. We call permaculture, which is a form of regenerative agriculture, where you have the nature involved, the production of food in collaboration with nature. And with this aspect, we can produce food that is safe in terms of the microbiome. We have the compost production and so on and so on. So the important thing is that we can produce food that don't have the residue of pesticide and so on. So this is safe along our food chain. In my case, I do a 4-acre permaculture farm involving trees, vegetables, even medicinal plants and so on. And I also have a training and learning center in terms of plants, in terms of the production, the value of food, and so on. So I would just like to say that the aspect of food production and local consumption is very important because we know what we are producing. And I also like to talk about, just briefly, the moringa plant, which is a powerhouse of nutrients, is known to contain the amino acid. That is why persons who are thinking about being vegetarian, they can utilize this plant because all the amino acids is produced. You don't have to think about the animal side of food. So I am almost a vegetarian, right? So I utilize the moringa, and there are also other plants that contain the antioxidants and everything that is needed. So I would just like to appeal to all of us in terms of producing the food locally in the backyard, utilize the space you have, and also to learn a bit about the permaculture, where you can produce a diverse amount of plants. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're going to reach out to you and get your name so we can speak with you next. I'm not sure who is next. Okay, all right, thank you.
A pleasant good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ms. Samuel David, I am a statistical officer within the Statistics, Research, and IT Division in the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Fisheries, and the Blue Economy. And I am also a colleague of Mr. Elabanjo. We have worked together on several projects and training. So I'm basically here just for a minute or two, just to reiterate a little bit of what he's saying in terms of our farmers, supporting local. And I think that at the end of the day, we all have a responsibility. We all have a part to play in the agricultural sector, because at the end of the day, we are what we eat, and we have to remember that we are the custodians of our earth, and we ought to pay attention to what we do and how we take care of ourselves and our environment and the nation of Antigua and Barbuda on a whole. One of the things as well is that we also have to have a responsibility in terms of how we take care of ourselves and how we eat, what we eat, and what we're giving our children to eat. Our children don't just get up and go into the supermarket and say they want this, this, or this. We are the ones that are purchasing these things. We are the ones that are allowing them to put these things into their body. So why is it that at the end of the day we say, oh, my child don't eat this, my child don't like fungi, my child don't like this vegetable, etc., etc. We have a part to play. And I think as well we ought to put down our foot and focus on mitigation rather than damage control when it comes to health, wellness, what we consume, and how we how we basically live our lives in that regard. So I'd just like to close by saying that many times because of the job that I do, collecting statistics from farmers, you have a lot of farmers as well who would complain, and they have issues, they have challenges. And as much as we say all the time, support local, and we talk about food security, food sustainability, food sovereignty, as much as we may say these things, what are we doing? And I agree completely with what you guys are saying in regards to, yes, education is important, but what about the legislation? What are we doing? Because 10, 15, 20 years from now, what are we gonna say? If we knew, you understand? So I would just like to say that I'm really excited and really happy about going forward, really enjoying the discussion, what everyone has to share. And at the end of the day, we have to be accountable for our actions and the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's so important to have you here and have you represented, because we do want to support. The fact that we are asking everyone to do a pre and post survey is part of our research to support the drive going forward, which is supported by policy. We have our Minister of Health who says he wants data-driven decisions, data-driven policy. This is just one little part of a huge step forward that we're all going to make collectively together. So thank you so much for what you said. We're going to entertain 2 more questions and then a break, but during that break we have exciting things.
Good day, everyone. My name is Anika St. Louis. I'm an educator, also a backyard farmer, and I am happy that I took the initiative to attend this session. Very informative. Now, I agree with everything that everybody has said, but from the education standpoint, I would want to say that yes, we have policies, but what are we doing to collaborate all of the policies? I teach home economics in high school, but I came from the primary sector, and there were all these initiatives and programs like it was drink water on a Wednesday. The nurses came in, we had programs from medical benefits. Yes, they transcended to the secondary sector. So you have the agriculture science program, you have the home economics program, but how are we collaborating all of these programs together with consistency? Because as somebody said, during the vacation, there's nobody there tending to the garden, so we come back in September, we have to start all over again. You are teaching, I think it was Mr. Nicholas who said, the preservation steps and systems in food and nutrition. How does that transcend to mathematics when the teacher is instructing on fractions and ratios and those kind of things? So that part of the policy, I think we have to look at. How are we collaborating, being cohesive? Yes, the pediatrician spoke about her aspects. We have nurses at schools. We have food meals program. So when the food comes, how is all of that translated and connected? I think that's part of what we have to look at.
Absolutely.
Not just education in isolation. We have to now begin to think that everything has to be collaborated.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I have to give you a round of applause for that one. Because when we're going to allow one more speaker, and then we can, in that we did promise you that we'd end at a certain time. It is so good to have all of us together under the same roof, learning together, and that is going to give us an opportunity to work towards working together collaboratively. We got all of us here, that means that we can go forward. But historically, ministries have worked in silos, organizations have worked in silos, but hopefully we can transition this with an all-encompassing embrace going forward. Ms. James.
Okay, Juanita James, retired Chief Nutrition Officer and former President of the Antigua and Barbuda Diabetes Association. I would like to thank the organizers for, bringing us together in this. And I wanted to respond to the person from HR who said, how do you translate this? And of course, this to me is a very good effort and initiative to have this kind of discussion where you're bringing different sectors together. I also wanted to respond to the suggestion of banning unhealthy foods. And while we may not go as far as banning unhealthy foods, one of the things I wanted to raise in this forum, how can we at least put some policies in place that will help to promote and improve the consumption of healthier options? And to just mention the school environment as one of the places that we have been since 2017, aiming to put some policies in place where, for instance, sugar-sweetened beverages and other unhealthy foods are not as readily accessible to the students who are not able to make those decisions very easily as to whether to choose a soda over a bottle of water, that the soda may even be cheaper sometimes or more readily available. I think this is an area that we have been trying for so long to introduce, and I know there has been some resistance to it. I really wanted to use the opportunity to say, please support that and learn about that. Why is it that we are seeking to put a tax on sugar-sweetened beverages? And it's not to say you're forcing people to have the healthier choices, but you're making it easier. And you're putting up a barrier to those persons who will say, okay, I'll choose the soda over something that is healthier. And when we think of small children who can't make that decision quite easily on their own, that we have been too long circling around this policy. We have been too long trying to do this thing. And I don't think there's any one answer to any one solution to how we can promote healthier choices. Right? And that's why I think it's so good that we have all these various sectors coming together in this kind of discussion, raising that awareness. What can we do to make it the healthier choices, easier choices? And I really want to support that taxation on the SSBs and also policies on a healthier school environment, physical activity, healthier options or school meal programs, and for us not to continue to work parallelly, but to collaborate better and to learn from one another and to support one another.
Thank you so much, Ms. Juanita James. I did say to my colleagues when I pointed her out, I said, this is a lady of wisdom. We've worked closely together for many years, and I still see her as a great source of wisdom. So thank you for your contribution today. Without further ado, we're going to invite Chef Omar Nicholas to share with us his, how we can eat very healthily from our own palate, from our own gardens, okay? And from our seashores. Put this on him. So you can use your hands, be hands-free. Put that on. And you can talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Minister Michael Joseph, esteemed colleagues and guests and friends. Thank you for your time, for allowing me the opportunity to share a few words with you. A little bit of history about myself. I've been in the culinary industry for the better part of 17 years. I've been working across hotels, restaurants, private events, and community-based food initiatives. Over the last 2 years, I've had the privilege of working with Dr. Walwyn, Dr. Rankumar, and AUA on their food and medicine program. Through that work, I've helped develop vegetable-forward menus and taught budding medical professionals at AUA how to prepare simple, nourishing meals that support health and wellness. One of the menu items you'll find through the QR code above is a mango and sea moss smoothie. Sea moss is a type of red algae rich in essential nutrients and bioactive compounds. Today, it is often described as a superfood, but for us in Antigua, sea moss is not new to us. For many of us, it is familiar. It is a part of our landscape, our tradition, and our everyday understanding of what nature has for us. Many of us know what it feels like to walk along the beach and just see sea moss washed on the shores. For me, I take morning walks daily and at Dickinson Bay, and invariably, you'll see miles and miles of sea moss. To some, it may look ordinary, but when we pause and take a look at the sea moss, we can realize that nature surrounds us with the answers, and sea moss has inherent value. Our environment has always offered ingredients that can nourish, heal, and sustain us. Personally, as a chef, I've asked fellow colleagues, I've asked people of influence, I've had a philosophical question that I've been reflecting on. What role do we have as chefs in the health of a nation? On one hand, our job is to create food that people want to eat. We build menus based on our customers, our communities, and their eating habits. Restaurants are not charities, I'm gonna be honest. And as chefs and restaurateurs, our livelihoods depend on sustainability, profitability, and the bottom line. But on the other hand, I believe we as culinarians and restaurateurs, farmers, nutritionists, educators, and policymakers, we all have the ability to influence how we eat as a nation. Food choices are not just shaped by taste alone, but they are shaped by access, they're shaped by education, they're shaped by marketing, by culture, and by opportunity. If more restaurants were intentional about the position that they put themselves in to work alongside farmers, nutritionists, and other professionals, we can begin to shift the way that people look and think about food. We can make healthy food appealing. We don't just have to serve chicken pasta all the time. We don't just have to have 3 starches on a plate, you know? We can diversify our palate. We can include more vegetables. Ensure that the vegetables aren't cooked, aren't destroyed and boiled for 20 minutes and we lose all nutritional values. We can actually revere the vegetables. Because Antigua, honestly, I've spoken to other like-minded chefs and we say Antigua has some of the best produce that you can find in the world, some of the most unique produce that you can find in the world. We can celebrate ingredients grown from our own soil and harvested from our own waters. And when we do that, we're not just creating meals, we're creating good habits. We're creating awareness and we're contributing to a healthier future. I can speak for hours on this topic, but I'm only allowed 5 minutes to speak. So I'll end by saying this. The health of a nation is not shaped only in hospitals or clinics. It is also shaped in kitchens. It is shaped on farms, it is shaped in classrooms, and it's shaped in restaurants and around our family tables. As chefs, we have a responsibility and an opportunity. We can feed people, yes, but we can also inspire, we can also educate, and we can also help guide our communities towards better health, one plate at a time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Chef. So we are having a very short break so that we can actually sample Chef's wonderful concoctions. And I'm going to invite us to have our steps for the day. Please come towards the table, and some of my fellow AUA team members are going to actually share, come out to you. But please, it's time for us all to stand. Please, let us all stand. We've been sitting all day. Let us all stand, okay? And please, take a moment to sip on Chef's wonderful recipe. All right, and we'll be starting back in 5 minutes. If any of us are leaving, please do not leave without filling out the post survey and submitting it at reception. Please, nobody run away from us unless you have completed the form.
You would not drink it? You better drink it. No, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not my preference. But I will drink it.
I want to personally thank the Honorable Mr. Michael Joseph, who promised me that he'd stay until 12, and it's well after 12, and he's only now leaving. So I'd like to recognize his commitment, his passion, and his attention with us today.
tastes good. How you eat?
I'm going to invite everybody to come and have your seat. All right? Please come and have your seat so that we can finish this. I love the discussion that's going on between the partners. This is what it's all about, meeting, greeting, collaborating. I love this. But we have two more very, very important presenters. Okay? Once again, I love the enthusiasm, but I'm inviting us all to have a seat. Thank you all for being here. While we're getting seated, I want everyone to make sure that you have downloaded the recipes and that everybody leaves with at least one card, all right, with the Antigua and Barbuda shopping list and also the recipes by Chef Omar Nicholas. I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker. So thank you everyone for settling back down again. Our next speaker, who I am not seeing, oh, here she is. Ms. Haley Saunders is a dedicated dietitian assistant at Carle Foundation Hospital, where she works in the inpatient clinical care setting. She received her undergraduate degree at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign in food science and human nutrition with a concentration on dietetics. Haley received her Master's of Science at Eastern Illinois University in Nutrition and Dietetics. She works closely with patients every day, using the latest evidence-based practices to support recovery, improve overall health, and educate individuals on the vital role that nutrition plays in well-being. Now, we've all been munching, sipping, drinking. Now, let's see about the science behind that. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Haley Saunders.
Let's see if that'll stay. Okay, as I was so lovely introduced, I am Haley Sanders, and I'm an inpatient clinical dietitian at Carle Foundation Hospital. So the objectives I kind of want to go over with you today are just to go over those microbiome basics, which we've been talking about, doing those food and nutrition strategies, and how to really put all of that into practice. There's been an accelerating global adoption of that Western diet, largely driven by that economic development, urbanization, and globalization of food systems. While this has increased access to food and convenience of those food systems, that has really led to a lot of, reshaping of that human health worldwide. So those diets are high in those ultra-processed foods, saturated fats, added sugar, added salt, and low intakes of those fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and many other things that we're going to be talking about today. With not consuming a nutrient-balanced diet, following this Western diet, it really raises a lot of health consequences that can disrupt that gut health, whether it be atherosclerosis, type 2 diabetes, and other chronic health conditions. So I won't go over this too deeply today. I think Dave did a really great job, but just remembering that the microbiome is huge. It's made up by so many different things, and it's needed for that digestion, absorption, immune function, and much more. Prebiotics, to put it simply, are those non-digestible fibers. They feed the bacteria in our gut. These fibers, when they reach that colon, are fermented by the gut microbes, producing those short-chain fatty acids. And these compounds play a crucial role in supporting that gut health by promoting that beneficial bacteria, strengthening intestinal barrier, regulating immune function, and helping reducing inflammation throughout the body. It's found in a wide variety of foods, making it easy to incorporate into your daily diet, but some common examples would be things like onions, garlic, apple, kiwis, whole grains, and more. Probiotics are those live microorganisms, when consumed in adequate amounts, have a wide variety of health benefits. They improve in that digestion, reduce antibiotic-associated diarrhea, support immune function, and may even play that role in that mental health with that gut-brain axis. Probiotics also help combat that dysbiosis by promoting that growth of beneficial bacteria. And there's many common examples like yogurt, kefir, kimchi, and many more. When using probiotics, I always like to tell people you need to be mindful if it has enough microorganisms in it to be beneficial. So looking at that nutrition facts label and that ingredients list, oftentimes you'll find the live bacteria. And then you should also always talk to your doctor about introducing probiotics into your diet. There's certain populations that may need to avoid them. Fiber is one of the most important nutrients for that healthy gut. It keeps your bowel movements regular, feeds the healthy gut bacteria, supports the blood glucose or blood sugar levels, and support getting down your cholesterol levels. Also, it helps you keep full for longer. If you eat all of those, processed foods, they don't have very much fiber, and then you're hungry 20 minutes later and like, what the heck? So those good sources of fiber include those fruits and vegetables, whole grains, beans, nuts, and seeds. There's two different types of fiber, soluble and insoluble, both important for the health, and they do different things. People should aim for 25 to 38 grams a day, depending if you're male or female, but many adults don't get anywhere near that number. But when you're increasing your fiber intake, which hopefully you guys will be doing that after this presentation, you want to do so gradually, because if you do so too quickly, cause that GI distress, and making sure you're drinking plenty of water, because that's how you get the fiber moving throughout the body or get those other benefits. So while knowing the best indicator for the fiber contents of food would always to be looking at that nutrition facts label, oftentimes it's under the total amount of carbohydrates. But this table just provides you a very short overview of what this might look like. So there's high, which would be considered more than 4 grams, moderate, which is 1 to 3, and this might give you a small example of how you might not be getting those fiber minimums. For example, an apple might only have 1 to 3 grams. If you're taking off that fiber, you're not getting those maximum benefits. Fermented foods, as Chef was kind of mentioning, that there are containing that healthy bacteria and those bioactive metabolites. So eating foods like kimchi, dosa, yogurt, sauerkraut can improve that digestion and increase the variety of gut bacteria while reducing that inflammation. During this fermentation process, these foods create postbiotics, which are those helpful substances that strengthen that gut lining, support immune systems, keeping the gut working properly. So if we're thinking of fermented foods, benefit our gut in 2 ways. They add to the good bacteria and provide the nutrients that would help the bacteria do their job. All the things that we discussed today so far and topics that we'll continue to talk about in this presentation is how to keep your gut microbiome healthy and balanced. When that balance is disrupted, as Dave mentioned, it's called that gut dysbiosis, which can lead to a whole host of different issues, which you can kind of see here on this picture, but it leads to problems that inflammation, poor digestion, weaker immunity, and can affect that mood and overall health. But the good news is eating a healthy diet and lifestyle prevents this, and by eating a diet rich in the things that we discussed, we can help support that gut bacteria. So we've been doing a lot of chatting today, and we've had some great things so far, but I like to always tell people, I want you to think of your dinner last night. What did your plate look like? And I'll give you a little moment to think about maybe what colors were in that. I know that whenever I went out to eat last night, we went to a lovely little restaurant, and I got an Arabic plate that had like kebabs and falafel, and it had a little salad, but I definitely was not getting all the colors that I need. So by a show of hands, how many of you had brown and white in your meal last night, in your dinner? Yep. How many had green? Good amount. Red? Okay. Orange and yellow? Ooh. How about blue? Oof. Purple? Good. So as you can probably tell, it seems like we're really good about getting certain colors in. So I know a lot of people are really good at getting those browns and whites, whether it's looking at the different pastas or rices, but always looking at what are you buying? What are you normally getting at the grocery store? What are you growing in your gardens? Because oftentimes you're missing a lot of key groups. I know for me especially purple. I'm like, what are even the purple foods? So just making sure that we're always being mindful of that, which will get into our topic of plant diversity. So the American Gut Project is a project that analyzed thousands of different stool samples to help map the microbial populations to really better understand what influences that gut microbiome health. And it showed that eating a variety of plant foods is one of the best ways to support the healthy gut microbiome. So while I still want you to eat your at least 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day, but also being mindful that it's about eating different kinds of plants, different kinds of fruits and vegetables. Because these different plants all have different fiber or nutrients that impact that healthy gut bacteria. Studies have found that people who eat 30 or more different plant foods each week tend to have more diverse and healthier gut microbiomes than those who eat 10 or fewer. I always like to tell people though, if you're kind of nervous about the 30, one of my coworkers actually decided to take that challenge, and she said it was easier than it seems because it also includes your fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, seeds, herbs, and spices, so it adds up quickly to get those different plant types. Protein, as we know, is an important nutrient that helps build and repair our bodies, our muscles, helps support that immune function. While many people think of meat first, there are so many other plant-based protein sources, whether it's beans, lentils, tofu, nuts, and seeds. These plant-based proteins are typically lower in that saturated fats, higher in fiber, and packed with those vitamins and minerals. Eating a plant-based protein diet also leads to that lower risk of heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and some cancers. So not only are they good for our individual health, they're also good because they're better for the environment, because as you can see here on this pie chart, producing foods like beans and lentils create much fewer greenhouse gas emissions than producing meat, especially beef. And oftentimes they're more affordable, shelf-stable, and easy to include in those meals. I always like to tell people with plant-based proteins, you do just need to be mindful that they might not contain all the essential amino acids, but simple combinations of doing something like a bean and rice gets that protein completion. So you don't need to worry, oh, plant-based proteins would be insufficient. They totally are in a balanced diet. So, furthering the idea of those plant diversity, and I'm hopeful that all of you got that veggie meter, you got your results, now you can be like, okay, maybe I'm doing really good with eating these fruits and vegetables, but making sure that we're getting a wide variety of colors, because that's just looking at that beta carotene in your skin, just to make sure that we're getting all the different benefits of the antioxidants, the vitamins, the minerals, and more to really help protect against those chronic diseases and support immune function. So, I have some slides. I'm not going to read off all the pictures. You guys can figure out the fruits, but those red fruits and vegetables can help support the heart health and reduce the risk of certain cancers. Yellow and orange are packed with beneficial nutrients that support heart health, reduce inflammation, promote healthy skin, and protect that vision. I feel like always growing up, I was like, oh, what are carrots good for? The eyes. And this is exactly what this is. Green are packed with nutrients that help reduce the risk of certain cancers, or especially important during pregnancy, because they help provide the folate, which helps prevent those neural tube defects. Blue and purple have powerful antioxidants that support brain health, improve memory, and help reduce the risk of stroke and heart disease. And finally, with that white and brown, they have anti-tumor properties and can help support healthy cholesterol levels and blood pressure. So by eating this wide range of fruits and vegetables, colors, you can support that body of your body with a wide range of nutrients that all work together. So I don't want to just leave you with being like, okay, eat these fruits and vegetables, have a variety of colors. How are you going to do that? So eating the rainbow doesn't have to be complicated. You can start by first just incorporating more fruits and vegetables into your diet, whether it's fresh, frozen, or canned. Pick a multi-pack of bell peppers or a mixed green salad bag, or ask the farmer, can you make different little packs all together. Challenge yourself to try new fruits and vegetables into your diet, but there's also a lot of simple meal patterns that incorporate more fruits and vegetables, a variety of colors, whether it's doing grain bowls or salads, smoothies, stir fries, or wraps is a great way to incorporate some more. So there are 100 of different plate schematics developed by different countries, as we can see here, organizations, and they all reflect different dietary patterns, priorities, and health goals. But no plate is ever going to be perfect, but one that I do like to highlight to be microbiome focused is the planetary health diet. So it focuses on mainly eating those plant-based foods, whether it's fruits, vegetables, whole grains, beans, nuts, and seeds, really limiting highly processed foods, added sugars, meats. And research suggests that if you eat this dietary pattern, it could help prevent millions of deaths each year by lowering the risk of chronic diseases, and also helps the environment because it reduces those greenhouse gas emissions using fewer water and land resources. But I always like to tell people healthy eating is not always just a personal choice. Not everyone has the same access to affordable, nutritious foods, and improving food policies, which it seems like that's really important for us here today, and that community support is an important part of having everyone be healthy eating. So let's do another little activity. Think about your daily routine. What's one sustainable or multiple practices that you do already? You can just shout it out. Yeah. So how many of you have your own backyard garden? Seems like a lot of us have that. That's a great way to be sustainable. Does anyone use reusable grocery bags? Yeah? Do you go to my fellow friend here and get food at the markets? Do you get food from your farmers? Are you getting stuff locally? How many of you freeze things instead of just letting it go to waste? These are all really great ways that you're being sustainable already that you might not even be thinking about. Sustainability is not just about government or industry changes, it's our everyday food choices that matter too. So our food system is responsible for 1/3 of those global greenhouse emissions, so even those small changes can make a difference. By eating more plant-based meals, choosing the local and seasonal foods, growing your own fruits, vegetables, herbs, and spices to help reduce that environmental impact. Another step is reducing that food waste, planning meals with a shopping list, using those leftovers and freezing extra foods. When foods can't be eaten, can it be used as composting for those community gardens? And then using those reusable bags, water bottles, food containers all help reduce that packaging waste. And while these actions may seem small, together they really make that big impact. If all of us in this room don't purchase too many excess foods, then we're all saving some of our own money. So there's many ways to make healthy eating more affordable while reducing that food waste. So growing your own gardens, which many of you are doing already, doing things where you're taking those scraps to compost into that soil, Also making sure that you're limiting how many meats that you're using. Invest in your community, whether it's sharing your gardens, your produce, doing those food knowledge experts, leaning a hand on them, and then also finding those simple food preservation methods to help reduce waste and make those foods last longer. So ways that you can do that simply, which Chef was kind of mentioning, pickling and fermenting is a great way. There's also canning and bottling. You can make your own jams or jellies, preserves, as simple as just cutting your items and putting them in the freezer. You can dry them, make like a mango leather instead, whenever that mango season is kind of coming on. And these techniques help you reduce that waste and save that money and allow for more healthy foods throughout the year. So I've heard that overproduction in food systems, you'll have a big season of one crop and then it just kind of goes by the wayside. But instead of food spoiling or it not being able to be used, it can, instead of throwing it away, it can be used to help support that community. So can this fresh produce be donated to schools or food banks or community kitchen to help provide healthy meals? Can extra fruits and vegetables be used through those preservation methods I just mentioned? If produce is not an option for it being able to be used for human consumption, can it be used for livestock feed or that compost? And these approaches either help reduce that food waste or make use of those extra harvests, or maybe even create some new sources of income. So I just want to thank everyone here today for taking the time to listen to this presentation. Hope you learned some different things on how to implement that healthy eating, and I'm excited that this next presenter will really give you that Antigua-specific scope.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sanders. How many of you have made that connection between the snacks that we're presenting and sharing with us today, the drinks that we're sharing with us today, that they are all microbiome friendly? So Boundary Bites is actually the ones sharing the food with us today, so you can give them a little small shout out. And that brings me right to, and I'm hoping that single thing that they shared with us today are locally grown. I'm going to do the detective work and find out. All right, but it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you a very, very close partner in the collaboration and preparation of today's event. Mrs. Susan Gardner is a public health nutritionist and senior nutrition officer for Antigua and Barbuda. When Ms. Samantha Moyd could not be available today because she's overseas, and you know that she is a chief nutrition officer for our nation, she highly recommended Mrs. Gardner, and she has not disappointed at all. She leads the National Chronic Disease Self-Management Program and inspires the next generation of health professionals and as an adjunct lecturer at the Antigua and Barbuda College of Advanced Studies while advancing nutrition awareness and chronic disease prevention. Please welcome Mrs. Gardner.
Meanwhile, I would like to thank Haley for laying that groundwork in our topic. So we'll go straight ahead and we will continue with practical strategies for microbiome-friendly, sustainable meal planning. And as Dr. Walwyn said, I will be looking at it from the Antigua and Barbuda standpoint. Now, there are certain things that I would like to remind us about why the microbiome matters. One, gut microbiome is actually the foundation of immunity, metabolism, and our mood. Isn't that so? Okay? The second thing I want us to be reminded of is that diet plays the #1 factor in supporting our gut health. And lastly, we are in a good state. Our local foods naturally support microbial diversity. So we know the importance of the microbiome. We recognize that diet plays an important role. And lastly, we already have almost, we are there because we have those foods available. Now let's look at what makes a meal microbiome friendly. And we have that lovely image that we all can look at. And if you notice, half of the plate, it is a 9-inch plate, half of the plate consists of vegetables, okay? Quarter of the plate has our carbohydrates, our ground provision, or our grains, and the last quarter, 25% of that plate, we have our healthy proteins, and the proteins can come from our plant base or our animal base. Now, while we're preparing our foods, we want to include our fermented foods, and those will come from whether it is from the grains aspect or even the vegetables aspect to get our fermented foods. All right? So what we are promoting is that to form that microbiome healthy plate, we want you to incorporate certain things. One, our high fiber. So our high fiber, which comes from our plants, they are available all around us. We talk about, Olabanjo speaks about, we have too much or too many of certain foods that are actually going to waste, all right? What you want to look for, yes, is the high fiber, but you also want to look for the colors. We want all the colors incorporated in our foods, our fermented foods, our healthy fats. So we do know that we have to have some form of fats in our diets. And we are talking about not the bad saturated fats, but we want our healthy fats. That's the fats that comes from the avocados, the ackee, or the olive oils, okay? And definitely we want to take a low intake of ultra-processed foods. So while we cannot get away from some processed foods, we want to ensure that the foods that we are taking that have to be processed, they are not ultra-processed, okay? So they have limits stage of the process stage, actually. So let's look at what makes meals sustainable. Now, sustainability is not just environmental. It's economics and cultural. So when we choose local foods, we are actually strengthening our community, reducing, and so we are strengthening our community and we are reducing our dependence on imports, all right? So definitely we want to be able to utilize our local and seasonal ingredients. So whatever is in season. We are just coming out from our mangoes and we have just tasted that lovely, tasty dish, which was our drink actually, which was our mango sea moss drink. So we really want to utilize our local ingredients. While we are doing that, we want to reduce our food waste. And when we talk about food waste, we are talking not only from the farm, as Olabanjo would have indicated, but when we shop, we want to ensure the quality of foods that we are buying. When we take them home, we want to make sure that we don't leave them in the fridge to go bad. When we cook, we don't want to have that high level of wastage that also go into the bin, All right? So food wasted is not just for the farmers, but for those of us who actually utilize the food in the preparation and ensure that the children don't waste the food as well. So we want to reduce our waste. We want to support our local farmers and fishers. And definitely, what I spoke about before, we are lowering the reliance on imported processed foods. So we eat less of those foods that are imported. Mind you, there are times that we cannot help and we have to buy those imported foods, but we want to ensure that it does not make up the bulk of our foods, all right? Now, we have our food-based dietary guidelines, and many of us, persons who are sitting before me would have worked on preparing that. Our former chief nutritionist, and we have Ms. Dorothy Graham and others who would have worked on these guidelines. And our guidelines actually speaks to the food that we take in as locals, all right? We look at the biodiversity of the foods. So we look at it, we see our grains and our provisions, and we see our fruits and our vegetables there. It's also cultural. I remember when we were putting it together, we actually use the fruits and vegetables that they are local and accessible, all right? And it gives us the opportunity to reconnect with traditional food ways, all right? Now, keep in mind that our ancestors ate in ways that naturally supported gut health. We today are just returning to what worked. And that's because we have modern understanding. But our foreparents did the right things. So we know that gut health requires high fiber. Now, our high fiber from our local foods are from the protein, from the carbohydrates. Let's talk about the carbohydrates. Our sweet potatoes we grow, our yams, our cassava, the breadfruit, the green plantain, those are really accessible to us. So we can really get our high fiber. When we talk about the protein from plants, we are talking about the pigeon peas. So many persons are still planting pigeon peas, and that's one of my favorite legumes, right? It's really, really a tasty bean. So try it, and it's very high in that protein. Most Antiguans will use the lentil and the red bean, right? Those are two of the beans. But we want you to explore other beans. We have the yellow peas, we have the garbanzo, we have the black eyes beans. So we have so many others that we can utilize than just lentil and the red bean. And then we have our vegetables. Now, most homes, they would use cabbage and carrots. Like those are two of the vegetables that they mostly will use. But what we are saying today is to incorporate others. So we have the spinach, we have the callaloo, or what persons we call it callaloo, and we have the cassie, and we do have fruits, all right? We have the fermented foods and the functional foods, and those they are accessible to us as well. Now, the aim of it is to be able to have at least 3 to 5 colors per meal, all right? So we wish for you to eat the rainbow. So here we have our Antigua and Barbuda local rainbow plate. We have the different groups. We have our greens and as I said, the provisions and the fruits, all the colors. We can find the colors right there. Now for a sample, got friendly local meal blueprints. So for instance, our breakfast. If we do our saltfish as the Sunday morning, let's say the Sunday morning saltfish, which we have it, the satays with all the different peppers, the different colors can be incorporated. For the lunch, we can do what we call the preheat we boil our cassava or provisional sweet potato, put it in to cool, and we have that as lunch. But we have it with all our chop up, and our chop up has in a lot of those vegetables, right? And for dinner, we could have our heavy pepper pot and serve with some form of carbohydrates, which most times is the corn, all right? So what we are asking is to leverage the chop up for maximum fiber. Most people use that chop up only for Sunday morning breakfast. What we are saying, you can use it on Tuesdays and on Thursdays and any day of the week, all right? Don't limit it only to Sunday mornings. We want to upgrade our starch to the resistant starch, and then we want to harness our fermentation of probiotics, and we want to utilize all of our local ingredients there. So our Antiguan pepper pot with fungi basically is one of our microbiome friendly bowl. Okay, so that's our, and that was that's an actual picture that I would have taken of one of our co-workers who was eating the fungi. All right, so. Okay, and I put it in, all right? So basically, our Antiguan pepper pot, so the one that you would make at home, all right, is very high. It's a very good choice of microbiomes, all right? So meal planning for busy people, cooking batch, okay? So what we are saying, don't just cook half the pack of peas, cook the whole pack, put some in a bag, the rest what you not unused, and freeze it. All right? We also say prep your vegetables. When you come from the market, you want to prep that vegetables. You want to cook once, eat twice. If it's nice, eat it twice. All right? So definitely you want to do that. And utilize our natural seasoning, the thyme and the lemons and so forth. All right? Sustainable protein choice, our local fish, and we heard about the destructions. One of the things, our lionfish helps with the reef, the sea reef. So that's one of the things that we can promote. Our legumes, reduce processed foods, as I was said before, and support our backyard community and so forth. So what we want to do, food waste reduction, is both sustainable and economic, okay? And small changes can make a big difference. So while we're reducing our food waste, we have some examples. Use the peels and use our ripe fruits and repurpose leftovers. And what we don't use, we put it back in the soil. We feed the soils, all right? Community changes behavior. We want to make it easy. Okay, so we have already created the rainbow shopping list that you have access to and make it a family event. Now, you may ask, okay, those you are doing on an individual level, what are we doing on a national level? And that's where we have many policies in place. And we do have our food-based dietary guidelines, but we also have, Ms. James would have alluded to it before, about our SSB stacks. And let me say, it's coming. It's warming up. It's coming soon and very soon. We are working, really hard to get our school health, our national school policy, our national school nutrition policy on board. And we are almost there, Ms. James. So that's one of the efforts we are working with. Our national school meals. We heard of the difficulties, the children not liking the vegetables, but we have to make a start. And what we say, start with those things that you like, and then we're able to improve. So if we add one that you don't like, and we incorporate it, all right? So we are taking stand through our policies, which will help with the management of our gut health. So what I want to leave with you is when we nourish the soil, we nourish our foods, and when we nourish our foods, we nourish the microbiomes. When we nourish the microbiomes, what actually happening? We are nourishing the health of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Gardner. So I once again find myself in that precarious position of being between you and food. All right, so we're approaching our lunch and the end of today's session. So because in the interest of time, the lead organizers are very anxious. We don't want to abuse your attention that you've been paying us today. We did promise you 9 until 2, and that is coming soon. We also promised you that you could see how well you did in the Veggie Meter contest. So we have 3 outstanding winners that I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask Dr. Taran Garcia to ask to stand up and come and receive your prize.
So the first winner with an outstanding number that I have not seen in a long time, 1,003 points. The initials are R-E-G, and you know who you are. The second place is, just to facilitate this, and I would like to know what is your diet. The second person is with 731 points, JWT. Congratulations. And the third place, and it was very, very close to have numbers so close, 656 BH. I have your certificate for the 1,003 points, so I want you to give it to you.
We're not into public embarrassment, so no carotenoid shaming today, okay? But what we are doing is that if you know your score was less than ideal, then we all were able to see the Veggie Meter, and you know where we went from red, and you nervously watched to see how the meter would go. I did mine, I passed. Not with flying colors, but I passed. I'm in the green, and I'm so happy and proud that I am. But for those of us who are not yet there, we see all of the examples of what we need to do today going forward. You actually nourished it today if you participated in any of our snacks thus far. So ladies and gentlemen.
I just wanted to say, whatever number you get, you always can do better, and you can increase 80 to 100 points in a week if you follow the recommendation of eating your rainbow. And eating your local products is wonderful because it's rich in vitamin A and retinol. Your mangoes, your papayas, all this food is rich in that beta-carotenes that you need. Don't forget to fill out the surveys. Yes.
So ladies and gentlemen, we have come more or less to the end of the official knowledge sharing. I want you to still continue to stay with us. Our lead presenters are here until 2 p.m. We have lunch waiting for you. Again, lunch and dessert, very microbiome conscious in the menu that we selected for you today. I'm going to take the time to give some strong words of thank you, first of all, to the AUA community, to the IT department that gave us a flawless presentation today, to the operations department that made sure this was set out for a full-blown cocktail party for about 600 people up to yesterday morning. They worked really hard all afternoon, noon to make sure that this was ready for us today, to have another cocktail party tomorrow evening. So the operations department has been invaluable to us. Please give them a round of applause. I also want to thank the administration team, the administrative assistants who have been on the side here, who have been incredibly supportive. We pulled on them on the last few minutes. To the faculty for being here today as well. To the leadership for being so supportive. Up to yesterday, we finally made sure that we could be live streaming for those of us who are not here today. I want to again thank the Ministry of Health for being here in such strong, phenomenal numbers. Thank the Ministry of Agriculture for being here. Thank the Ministry of Trade for being here. The physicians, the nurses, the dietitians, the pharmacists, the policymakers that are here, the persons who represent those of us who are all striving to serve the most, those of us who are living with chronic conditions, who are fighting the struggle every day. Every one of you who took the time to spend these hours with us today, thank you all for being here today. I want to speak special attention and emphasis on Dr. Jayasingh Ramkumar, for the brain who thought this in her head and worked obsessively and compulsively until its execution today. Please give her a round of applause. She brings with her her team, Dr. Taryn Garcia, Miss Haley Sanders. They all flew in, and of course, her husband, Dr. Dave Ramkumar, who's also licensed to practice in Antigua and Barbuda. Please give the U of I a special round of applause. A lot of the budget for today's exercise, they certainly paid for the food that we're enjoying today, came from the University of Birmingham, UK, United Kingdom, through the Bridge program. And Dr. Onyaka was responsible for that, for ensuring that we could have the lovely food that we had today. So Dr. Onyaka, thank you so much for being a part of this. We love you. And we also love and appreciate Dr. Taggy Miri, who spoke to us. Yes, we are going to process some foods, but there are ways that we can do it healthier. So please give him a round of applause. Chef Omar Nicholas has been working with us at AUA for the past 4 years for the culinary medicine elective that we host every single trimester. He has been coming in and literally cooking with our students and showing them how this important skill set so that we as future physicians can show our patients how easy it is to eat healthy. So he's been giving his time, and he's given all of his time here today, and he's given us all his recipes with his passion that he has for using local food in a joyous and helpful way. A lot of the problem that we have is that the vegetables don't taste good because we don't put the love into preparing our vegetables, and we can do better, can't we? Can I hear an amen? Absolutely. And then by no means least, the two persons that connected us with the general public and also with the government, the two that held the hands together for us to work collaboratively with them, Mrs. Sudna Gardner and Mr. Says he's retired, Ella Banjo. Please give them a round of applause for being here today and being so helpful with us today. So ladies and gentlemen, we're inviting you now to please take some time to speak with us. I know there were additional questions that we didn't have the time to share publicly, but now is the time that you can share them with us. And please have some lunch, okay? Before you leave, thank you. It's written there, all right? We need to have the survey. This is the first step. This workshop represents the first step of our collaborative efforts. This is not a conference. This is a work shop. We're shopping to do better. We're working to do better. And this is the first step going forward. And it starts with your attendance here today, and we need you to submit the completed forms in the box at registration, okay? You've been a wonderful audience, a wonderful set of stakeholders and participants. Thank you all for being here.